And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the final qualifier for Masters Coliseum number 7. We have covered every single region so far, starting with Asia, going into the Americas, following it up with Korea last night, and now we are here with the final region with Europe. And I hope everyone is ready for an amazing tournament and an amazing bracket as well. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the challenge, even the Wikipedia page yourself, as we are loading into game number 1. And spawning in the top left hand corner of Hardlead, we have the French Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. It is DNS. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Here we go. And again, there are a couple of people asking kind of our road here to, the finals, to the qualifying match. There is quite a lot of matches going on at the moment, and some really good and really juicy series as well. I highly recommend checking out some of the other streams. There's ourselves, there's Steadfast, there's Rotterdam, there's other language streams as well, I believe, being covered in other languages, of course. And yeah, a lot of really good matches. What I will say though is that everyone will eventually converge. There is only one qualifying match, only one spot is available, so eventually everyone will be coming together towards the end of the broadcast, covering that one final series. But our roads to the finals are going to be quite different here, and yeah, I'm going to be opting to go for this initial ZVP to kick things off. And I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. On paper, a laser is a much more historic and, again, kind of a accomplished player. This is true. A laser, he has cemented himself as one of the best Zerg players in Europe. I would say he is top 3 Zerg in Europe at the moment. I know some people would say that a laser is top 4 Zerg, and he's a little bit interchangeable with Lambo, and I would agree with that. I would agree that he's very interchangeable with Lambo depending on who is feeling stronger on the day at the time. But regardless, he's one of the best that Europe has to offer when it comes to Zerg players. At the same time, DNS has been looking very impressive. Even though when it comes to the top Protosses in Europe, people think of Showtime and Max Packs, DNS has been climbing the ranks this year specifically. If you've been following the CranKy Ducklings, you would be following World Team League, and on a weekly basis we have been covering the Platinum Heroes, and especially in the summer season, in the early months of this year, DNS really popped off, really, I don't want to say came out of nowhere. Like, DNS is an old school player, very old school, has been around for a very long time, but this year specifically, like, he really came into his own. He really carried the Platinum Heroes on his back in the summer season of the league. I would say that he very quickly cemented himself as the ace player on the Platinum Heroes and would constantly go up against the best of the best in the world, and he wouldn't look bad. He would not look bad at all against players like Serral and Maru and Showtime. Not quite Showtime, he's not playing in World Team League, but Max Packs as well. And yeah, it's just been really cool to see DNS really thrive here this year, and we'll see if he can kind of have that really come to fruition at the end of the year here in Masters Coliseum. DNS, it all kind of like came to fruition at Home Story Cup, where DNS actually, I believe, did beat a laser. It did happen, so I'm curious if he could do it again. And I'm hoping I'm not misremembering DNS beating Lambo instead. I mentioned before that they're a little bit interchangeable, and that's true, but I know he took down one of the big Zerg players. I can't quite remember who it was. It was a laser. I think a laser and Serral were both in DNS's group in Home Story Cup not too long ago, the most recent Home Story Cup. And double checking, yes. So DNS, we did cast it. We casted it on this channel. We casted the group stage, and DNS did 2-0 a laser the last time they faced in Home Story Cup. That was how long ago at this point? That was at the beginning of December. Very beginning of this month. Cool. So we'll see if DNS can do it again. For now, it is going to be a Stargate opener, Stargate to a third base. Oracles have hit the field, and Laser is keeping up with the movement of these Oracles so far, minimizing his losses, minimizing his damage at his third base. Behind this, DNS is transitioning. We have our tech of choice, Twilight Council and a Forge. This should be a +1, a Blink Stalker transition from DNS. Meanwhile, we find our way into the natural base. We get a couple of drone kills 4 workers go down in total. A bit of hull damage, but overall pretty good damage. Oh, as I say that though, that one Oracle takes some extra hits and is getting very low. Despite that, we get in once again, find some more damage. 6 drones in total. Pretty good so far here from DNS. Again, these Oracles are softened up. It's going to be a little bit difficult to find more damage from here, but damage done nonetheless. And hey, you know, we're still alive. We're still able to keep track of the main army, keep track of the economy, and even get eyes on the would-be fourth. Interesting location here from a laser, taking the forward 4th hatchery here. Behind this, DNS not going for blink, he is going charge instead. So this is looking like charged on Archon as a composition of choice. This is ideal against a Ling Hydra based army. A laser, speaking of, should be going into roaches. Roach Warren is done. Lair is on the way. Once it finishes up, Roach Speed will be accessible here for a laser. Now, with charge, I believe DNS should be hitting first. We already have the War Prism on the way. We have the Temple Archives as well. And we can try to hit a timing with the first 2 Archons, with a mass amount of charge ults as well. DNS, it looks like he wants to be the driver's seat, at least initially, in this series. Now, it's important to point this out because earlier when we cast... Oh, no! Oh, as DNS does leave the Oracles a little bit idle. But last time we casted DNS versus a laser, DNS was more of a defensive player. You know, he was kind of taking a more passive kind of route into the mid game, and then that's when he would really pop off. But here instead, he's being a little more assertive. We spoke about it. Here comes the first Prism, here comes the first 2 Archons, and a mass amount of charges. How many gateways do we have? 6 gateways in total. 6 gateways to reinforce, and the goal here for DNS is try to catch a laser being a little bit too greedy, and a laser doesn't have too much to defend, but we got plenty of roaches coming in. We have Lings harassing across the map. They're going to be hitting that 3rd base. At the same time, DNS trying to dive on top of the main army. Nice warp in here back at home. The Sim City working beautifully against the Ling counterattack. The Lings do nothing. The Zealots get on top of the Queens. The Archon army getting on top of the hatchery itself. It looks like the base should be going down. We want the Queens. We got a high energy Queen at that. Good juggling here from DNS with the Queens. Oh my god, they want that Prism. They do not get it. So many Queens fall. Pretty good trade. That was 4 Queens going down, but we saved the hatchery. At the same time, the Ling counterattack didn't really achieve too much here. Is once again going to be threatening that 3rd base, so it will be cleaned up. DNS, he defends, and he does a decent job attacking as well, but he did not kill the hatchery. It got low, did get very low, but does stand strong. And with that, a laser now getting into his Roach Hydra base composition. Hydra Den is done, Lunker Den is on the way. A laser doubling down here on these range upgrades, of course, being very light on Ling Bane, more heavy here on that Roach and Hydra, and so far unscattered. I do like this a lot from a laser, just kind of rushing into lurkers. We'll see if he can get away with it. We have the Archons, of course, threatening and catching a couple of overloads here and there. But what's important is that DNS, he doesn't know about the hive timing, doesn't know about the tech available either. Not yet. He's making his way towards the main base, and if he gets in, there's going to be a big scout, but oh, he is deflected. Behind this, the mortal count is getting higher and higher. Now, bearing in mind a couple of things. When it came to the earlier attack, DNS didn't lose anything important. Looking at the units lost tab, he lost a couple of gateway units, a Stalker, some Adepts, some Zealots, but he retained all of his Archons and Immortals. So this army is becoming quite hefty. It's becoming quite powerful, and it's going to hit like a truck when he does move out once again. Meanwhile, the Prism is deflected. Oracle's getting eyes on saturation. They do see the droning at least. They do get eyes on the droning of his opponents, and here come the hallucinations. Big scouts. The Hydra Den has been seen. DNS hasn't seen the Lurker Den, but he can piece it together. At this point, he should be fully aware. Mate, you see a Hive and a Hydra Den, Lurkers are the only logical conclusion. And we are turtling on. Oh my god. We got a wall of shield batteries, cannons here towards the center base. We should be seeing the same here on the right hand side. Lunkers and Vipers are on the way for a laser. DNS doesn't have the best army for this. His army is quite powerful against Lingbane Roach Ravager and against Hydras. Against Lurkers, there's potential here, but yeah, it is going to be a little bit risky. The problem is that because DNS's army is so short range, when he commits to a fight, when he fights, he has to commit. We gotta just send the Papi. So far, a big revelation here on the Lurkers who do have eyes on them. No Skytoss transition yet, but that can be where we head next once the 4th base gets up and running. That should be where we head next. And There we go. The lurkers, they do siege. They do burrow here outside that center base. We can see DNS setting up for potentially a surround. These lurkers are looking very exposed, by the way. We have some roaches here on the right-hand side to support. One Viper as well to yoink, and we're going for, oh, the Prism. Prism is going to be going down. At the same time, there's that Fleet Beacon for that Sky Toss. Ooh, and DNS finding an army here, finding a fight without many of these lurkers at all. Going to be an expensive loss here for a laser, losing a lot of those Hydras. Lurker's going to be going down, and DNS, he's just avoiding the main Lurker army and going for a big counterattack. Trading very well for the time being. But there we go, Lurkers turn back around, but now they're being outpositioned. Get one yoink, one immortal. Hatchery goes down in an instant. And DNS can keep on pushing the Overlords. We catch a massive chunk of Overlords, and I mean, you know, a laser was known for this for quite some time, but it is going to be supply blocked. Hydras coming in to reinforce. That's a lot of Hydras. And it looks like DNS is going to be avoiding the main army. Boys are being pulled. Oh my god. A lot of boys are going to be going down. Hydra's going toe-to-toe with the Immortals. Looks like we get on top of the Immortals. We will clean this up. At the same time, Lurkers are pushing. We do see Zealots trying to clean this up, but it looks like a laser is coming out on top. He cleans up the entire army. And cleans up the Immortals, cleans up the Archons. If there was a War Prism with this, then we could have reinforced, but GG gets called, and a laser fights back, putting a point on the board. Whew. GG. GG, well played. DNS may have 2-0'd a laser at Home Story Cup, but here a laser is, again, fighting back. This was pretty close, though. There's a lot that came into this game. A big one, of course. I mean, we were just talking about it. If the War Prism wasn't sniped the way that it did, the way that it was, then DNS would have been able to reinforce and may have been able to snowball out of control if he could warp in with Zealots to support his main army. But even before that, the Hatchery surviving, a laser having the wherewithal as well, having the wherewithal to tech up into Lurkers when he did. You know, that was, in a way, his win condition. Like, he was able to recognize how defensive DNS was being, and he immediately took advantage of it, rushing into that Hydra Den, into Lurkers, into the Hive. It worked out beautifully. For a moment there, it looked like a laser was being outpositioned, and I was really concerned if a laser tried to come back home with his Lurkers. Thankfully, he kept them pushing across the map, was punishing the base, of course, and he was able to eventually deal with the main army. Eventually. So we're getting ready here for our next... We are getting ready here for our next game. We are going to be loading into game number 2. Here we go. See in chat, 20 minutes into the stream and no one has claimed first. Outrageous, Papi. Oh, everyone was we were just being kind, okay? Just wanted everyone else to come first. Aye. Hello, Einstein. Hello. Hope you're doing well. There's no delay in other shows. There should be. If there isn't, then that's on them. But here we go. We're getting into the next game, and spawning in the top left corner of Site Delta, we have the French Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing the Platinum Heroes. Down in this series, we're going to fight back. It is DNS. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Zerg player from the land of Poland, representing Team Liquid. It is a laser. Here we go. Catch you in the chat. Hello, ahí están así, Ligo BBQ. Terran Lord Soundo, bienvenidos. Hope you're all doing well. You're all doing good. Ooh. As we are settling into this. And again, a laser does have a lead in the series. Again, solid play out of him being able to get away with rushing into those lunkers. And again, DNS was stuck with a subpar army composition when it came to engaging with Lurkers. Didn't have the range for it, didn't have disruptors, for example. Had eventually a transition towards Sky Toss in the works, but I was still a ways away. But now we're getting into a bit of a larger map, and I'm sure the size of the map also kind of determined how DNS want to play out that game. Hard lead, very short rush distance, you can be very assertive, very aggressive. Here on side delta, quite a bit longer instead, and as a result we could see a bit of a more drawn out game, something a bit of a different approach. We'll see if we go for charge again or if we go for something different. I am ready for it. True. We can't wait 30 seconds. Oh no, not like this. We're all coming first. That's we are going to be settling into this. And so far, Alaze is just forced to take the unnatural. Natural. We have our Stargate opener here from DNS as well. This could be a Stargate opener, I imagine, to Oracles, into a third base. But what comes after the Stargate is really what we're concerned about, is really what we're going to be looking for. Is whether we go into charge again, into Blink, Glaive Adepts, Sky Toss. There is a lot available here for DNS. We have our first adept threatening a shade here towards that mineral line. Getting a read on things shouldn't really get much done, and yeah, it is going to be forced to shade away. That first adept going to soon be joined by the second, and this time it is not an Oracle. We are going for a Void Ray. Let's go. Void Ray first here from DNS is going to be shutting down this Overlord. And that means that our tech following this up is going to be hidden. We have the opportunity to go into something like Glaive Adepts if we so chose to. Or we can play standard, and the problem here for a laser is that he will be in the dark. He won't really know what DNS is up to. But again, these Void Ray openers have been very trendy as of late. Oh my, I was not expecting this though. A Void Ray first into Phoenixes? Okay. Very interesting. And we're going double Stargate Phoenix. Okay, so with this, we can amass Phoenixes. We can, of course, eventually threaten mineral lines, threaten queens, and snowball out of control. Yeah, this is a very quirky build, and not unseen. Hero's done this before, classic as well, but definitely a lot more niche, and yeah, very rare, a much rarer here of a build, of an opener. I'm curious how we do follow this up. It is very commonplace as well to go into DTs behind this. You know, the Patty Mac special is something that Patty Mac would love to do, where you go Phoenix into Dark Templar, very Brood War-esque. Until then, though, we have our Void Ray getting across the map by getting one drone kill before getting forced out. Safety Roach Warren is on the way here for a laser. I say Safety Roach Warren. Actually, this was a little bit earlier than normal, around a 4-minute 30 Roach Warren timing. It looks like, I want to assume that he's just preparing for potentially Glaive Adepts or some kind of ground transition. We can see even +1 air is on the way. Okay. You have my attention. You have a massive wave of Lings in production, and I'm curious if a laser wants to commit. I mentioned before that this Roach Warren is a little bit earlier than normal, and we could just try to double down, but now there we go. We are droning. I was basically waiting to see if a laser would drone or if he would commit to producing an army. Here we go, Lings, they do come in from the right-hand side. They're going to surround on the Nexus, and we should be force a kill on the shield battery. Can we get the base itself? Okay, that's a lot of Lings, not a lot of DPS here, and it looks like the base is going to go down. Aye, well worth it here for a laser. We have 22 more Lings on the way. There's +1 melee, and the problem is that Mass Phoenix does nothing against Mass Ling. There were just too many Lings to pick up, too much to just deal with. And here we go, Phoenix is zooming across them. They get spotted, they get seen. A laser knows. Immediately, Hydra Den on the way. I'm loving the reaction here from a laser. Well, we got on top of the first queen. And one queen, both queens going to be going down. These Phoenixes, they're putting in some work, don't get me wrong, but at the same time, do we have enough to deal with all these Lings? Phoenixes are forced out. Lings, they do catch a couple of transferring workers. 3-4 probes going to be going down. Clutch Force Field going to be able to hold on to the natural base. Phoenix is coming back in, but plenty of queens are in position. Do catch an Overlord. Catch a queen. No Spore. Oh, this Spore is very late, and we go to town here on this base. 3 Overlords go down. A laser supply block despite finishing up the Hydra Den. No Hydras. No Hydras inside. As we catch even more of these Overlords. At the same time, Lings go for a counterattack, but this time we have a shield battery, we have an overcharge, and this time the base will survive. But that is 12 Hydras in production. Now, we can deal with low amount of Hydras. We can pick them up one at a time here with all these Phoenixes. There's potential. But Hydras with Queens to support, that's a different story. And oh, these Phoenixes taking a lot of damage. Taking far too much damage here. Behind this, we have our Charge Shot transition. Charge Shots alongside Archons. Will work a little bit nicer here against Ling Hydra, but it is a bit of a later transition for DNS as opposed to the previous game. Yeah, we're going for the Hydras, but we do lose one Phoenix. We lose a second Phoenix as well. Expensive losses here for DNS. 2 Phoenixes for 2 Hydras. Not quite worth it. Bearing in mind that these Phoenixes are the only thing keeping a laser back at home. Speaking of DNS, he's still building up his army, building up charge lots and Archons. And a laser's pushing. I think he knows that he has a big opportunity right now to just push across the map, knock down these rocks, and to end the game. And without Storm, without splash damage, I don't know if DNS can hold on. It's going to be close. Additional Archons are on the way. We do have an overcharge available. Bailey's going to be rolling on in. Yeah, they crash into the Zealots, into the Archons as well. And there's just too much DPS, too many Hydras here. The Queen's waddling in as well to support. And it's just a numbers game. Again, the third base had gone down earlier. The economy was disrupted. These Phoenixes were okay, but ideally we wanted to get more damage done with them. GG gets called, and a laser will take the series 2-0, getting his revenge and advancing on in the tournament. GG. GG, well played. With that, a laser will advance on here into the next round. My condolences to DNS as he is going to be eliminated from the tournament. Again, did very well for himself. He did very well for himself earlier this month, you know, taking down a laser the way that he did. But here in the rematch, he did fall, and yeah, the Phoenix build here in game number 2, it wasn't... I'm not entirely fond of it. I mean, there's a couple of things that really worked against him, unfortunately. Initially, everything was going well, but because of the big investment into Lings, because of the massive Ling counterattack, before the Phoenixes revealed themselves, we lost the third base. That was a big moment when the third base was killed for DNS before the Phoenixes could really do anything, and they couldn't reveal themselves, otherwise they'd be less effective, and we just couldn't hold on to that base. We didn't have the DPS for it, and yeah, DNS was just in a really rough position after losing that Nexus. Tried to recover, was doing some damage, don't get us wrong, but again, not enough to really afford or really get away with losing an entire base that early in that game. GG. GG, well played. Things did snowball out of control in favor of a laser, and he advances on to face off against his next opponent. And we can take this moment to have a look at the bracket. Here we go. Okay, so the bracket is quite large here as opposed to some of the... I'd say that. We do have our round of 16 as opposed to some of the other regions. Do have a little bit more representation. You do love to see it. And we already have a lot of updates. We have Ashbringer taking down MJG, advancing on to face off against Showtime. Harsum 2-0'd Hydra. We had Lambo 2-0'ing Azura. Wayne 2-0'd Davlatos, and a Laser 2-0 DNS. As well as Mana taking down Fiant 2-0 as well. So, no big surprises. I do think that the closest series would have been R1, a laser versus DNS. That could have gone either way. but now some of these bigger names are facing off against each other. We have Wayne versus a Laser in a ZVZ, and that is coming up next. Let's go. We will get ready for that Zerg versus Zerg matchup. But we're getting there. Likewise, we have some other big names as well. Unfortunately, we're missing some big names. So for those that are curious here, this is a region-locked qualifier for Masters Coliseum, and we already have some invited players. We already had all the other region qualifiers as well. Players were invited based on their World Team League performances and Kung Fu Cup performances as well. So when it comes to the European players, Cyril, of course, was invited. Clem was invited as well. I think they were the only 2 Europeans that were invited to the main event. Let me just double check that. Yes, it was just... Oh, sorry, it was Clem, Cyril, and Max Pax. They were the 3 that were invited. The others didn't quite make the cut. And when it comes to the top tier European players, I mean, I see most of them here, but we're missing a couple. I can see, obviously, you know, Showtime, we have Rainer, we have Spirit, we have Lambo, Harstem. We're missing Skillus. Skillus is one of the big ones here. He's top 3 Protoss in Europe, and it would be amazing to see him here, and it's a shame that he's not a part of this qualifier. And when it comes to the Terrans, Hero Marine. Hero Marine is missing in action as well. It's, again, it is a bit of a shame. I mean, to be fair, we are in the middle of the holidays, right? We're nearing the end of the year, and it's possible that maybe they're a little bit busy. Maybe, you know, they're busy with family and friends, and they're taking a break. But they are the 2 notables that are nowhere to be found here. So because that, unfortunately, despite Masters Coliseum being a premier event, despite everyone else getting involved, both Hero Marine and Skillus are going to be missing in action here and will not be a part of Masters Coliseum. Which is a bit of a shame, but, you know, I'm sure they have their reasons for not being a part of it, and for not being involved. I'm sure they're aware of it, especially Skillus. Like, his teammates are here, right? You know, you've got Mana, you've got Laser, Clem is invited. I'm sure Skillus, he's one of the Team Liquid boys. I'm sure he's fully aware of this qualifier, just unavailable. Here, Marine, he could be taking a break. Not too sure. Not too sure. Outside of those 2 players, though, like, kind of the best of the respective races are here. The ones that weren't invited, at least, are a part of this. We are getting ready here for our next game. Rainer didn't get in because he didn't play all the Kung Fu Cups. Rainer, he did participate in the Kung Fu Cups, but he never really placed too well in them. Rainer would get knocked down in earlier rounds. Rainer, he was more active than Cyril, I believe, in the Kung Fu Cups. And we would see him, like, you know, every other Kung Fu Cup, but yeah, they're brutal tournaments. They are they're very cutthroat, very cutthroat. I think we were looking at the standings earlier, and I believe Rainer only placed well in 1 Kung Fu Cup. The others, he didn't really get many points in them, unfortunately. So just wasn't able to really showcase himself in those weeklies, and as a result has to try to work his way through the grueling bracket, through the grueling qualifier. But I'm here for it. We're all here for it. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have our next set of players here. We have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Liquid. It is a Laser. We go. See the chat. Rainer's 50-50 man in WTL. Cero's no loot. I mean, despite that, if only reality is, if only Rainer had played into, or just been able to perform a little bit better in Kung Fu Cups, and he probably would have made it through. Probably. We looked at these standings earlier, and its top 12 got invited, and Rainer was 13. He was placed 13 amongst all the players in WTL, and unfortunately that he just barely didn't make the cut. Just barely. So again, with that, he's going to have to try to work his way through this bracket. Not going to be an easy one. Do wish him the best. Likewise, wish the best to all the players here, whether it's a Laser, Wayne, Showtime, Hearthstone, Lambo, Spirit. So big names here. Big names. Only one can make it through. Of course, Raynor is one of those names that does stand out, as he is one of the best Zergs in the world. But we'll see if he can make it through that European gauntlet. Until then, we have our ZVZs. We have our first mirror matchup, potentially only mirror matchup. We'll see. Our first mirror matchup here of the tournament. So far, it is going to be a Hatch Gas pool out of Wayne. Likewise, Hatch Gas pool out of a Laser as well. As we are going to be settling on into this. So far, no kind of major forms of aggression, no kind of major deviations for the time being. We should be working towards our third bases, and we should be throwing down Baleen Nests. Really, it's when the third is being taken, that's when we're going to be seeing our first signs of aggression between our players. A Laser taking his third base. Likewise, Wayne shouldn't be too far behind either. Now, this map, Side Delta, is not a bad map for 2-base play. The reason for this is because this is a very unique map where it actually has a ramp coming into the natural. I say unique, only Radisson Station. Radisson Station, that is the only other map that actually has this feature in this map pool. And it looks like Wayne is going to be going 2-base. We're going for a second gas geyser and a lair. We should be walling off, and there we go. We are going to be just containing ourselves here onto 2 hatcheries. So Wayne looking to spice things up here in the early game. Likewise, a Laser skipping his Baleen Nest. He sees the lack of third base, doesn't see the wall, but he's fully aware that his opponent is playing 2 bases, and a Laser is beautifully cutting corners here. I don't know if you noticed, a Laser, he cancelled link speed. He, of course, skipped his Baleen Nest as well. A Laser, he's racing his opponent into lair tech, into roach production. Now, we still don't know if Wayne is going into roaches or mutas. We can see that every gas geyser is being taken, and there it is. Spire is thrown down. It is going to be mutas out of Wayne. Really risky move here from Wayne. It can be very difficult to actually get away with this, but it looks like a Laser shouldn't be able to punish him. A Laser is rushing into roaches, this is true, but he's being very greedy, cutting a lot of corners, droning up, and yeah, not too sure if he's going to be able to really punish Wayne for being tech heavy himself. Wayne steps in, gets eyes on the tech, gets eyes on the droning, and also gets eyes on the timing of the lair as well. So Wayne is fully aware that his opponent did end up skipping link speed and cut all those corners and is getting to roaches. There it is, 6 roaches are on the way. Meanwhile, Wayne, his Spire is on the brink of finishing here. And he should be able to get that Spire tech. Overseer is denied. We have link speed on the way, +1 melee as well, so it's going to be a link muta. There are different kind of variations of muta play, and you could go muta into roaches and only enough mutas for map control, but with +1 melee, this looks like we want to commit to mass muta. It looks like we just want to double down and make as many mutas as possible, only links to support. Meanwhile, here we go, a Laser is going to be pushing. And with this timing, he should be able to deny the third base. I don't know if he can do any economic damage at the natural, but denying the third is going to be good enough. So roaches have arrived. A Ling's going to be moving out. And Wayne, with those Lings, he ignores the roaches, aware that he can't really touch them, and is going for a bit of a counterattack instead. He could find quite a bit of economic damage. Mutas have arrived. The roaches, they ignore the mutas. They go straight for the natural. Lings are amassing. We do see Wayne trying to catch some reinforcements. Does catch a queen. He gets a queen. He gets a couple of roaches. Gets into the middle line, focusing down some of those drones. Not too bad. Keeping the attention of a Laser back at home. Wayne, he gets away with the third base, and he gets quite a lot of damage onto these roaches. A really nice moment here for Wayne. Getting a lot of value here. And a laser, he wants that third. Again, this hatchery surviving is brutal. A laser 100% could have killed this, but if you remember, he went towards the natural. He wanted to go for the kill move. He wasn't fully aware of the mutas. And a laser was punished for it. And now Wayne, not in a bad position. He's still down in workers, down by 4. Down by 3 even. But the mutas, they're looking for more damage. They get a kill on the drone, they get a queen. We can't transfuse! We don't have the energy for it. As means they head into the natural and they find a couple of overlords instead. A +1 air attack. As we mentioned before, because of +1 melee, Wayne is massing mutas. It's doubling down on muta production. Do we have a hydrogen? We do not. Uh-oh. Roach Warren is eventually going to be going down. Now just looking for more damage. We get a couple of drones. We catch a muta off of creep as well. High energy queen, and that's going to be too much already. GG gets called. Wayne takes game number 1. Oh my god. GG. I'll be honest. I think a laser thought he started a Hydroden, and because we were just gaining so much value there, there was no answer. There was nothing for a laser whatsoever. He had no hydras, he had no infestation pit, he was losing queens, and he lost his roachborn. Like, he was just being picked apart there, and had no answer. He had no answer to the mass muta, was caught completely off guard with his pants down, and GG. A bit of an abrupt ending there, but yeah, laser just losing far too much and just, I guess, being caught off guard. I had assumed that, especially when he saw the timing of the third base, that mutas would have been on the mind, but even after he scattered the mutas, he just wasn't able to respond. He wasn't able to recover. GG. GG here. Wayne does take the first game. And now we're going to be getting ready for game number 2. Looks like our players are asking for a moment. They're asking for a small break, and we're more than willing to be appreciative of that and allow that, of course. But Wayne, he's going to be leading this series. Now, it is very important to bear in mind that Wayne, he is similar to Solar, a bit of a Serral sniper. He has defeated Serral before in ZVZs, which is why I would say that Wayne is a wild card. On paper, I would say that Raynor as well as a laser are favorites in the other. Well, they have stronger ZVP and ZVT. I do believe that. I do believe that a laser and Raynor, they have better matchups against other races. In ZVZ specifically, Wayne can cause upsets. And even though this is the same bracket as a laser and Raynor, Wayne, if he can take down Serral, he can take down Raynor, he can take down anyone, essentially. Not just Serral, but we've casted Wayne take down Dark a couple of times in ESL Americas. In ESL Open Cup Americas, Wayne has defeated Dark multiple times, actually. You know, it's on our channel, we cover it on a weekly basis, and yeah, again, he is someone to not be taken lightly here, and can cause an upset. He can really shake up the bracket as well. Now, I'll be honest, now that I think about it, if we enter a world where Raynor fights against Wayne in the upper semifinals, it is very likely, if not guaranteed, that Raynor plays Protoss. I'm pretty sure he's going to be allowed to pick his race, and I'm pretty sure that Raynor would, if given the option, and I'm just speculating for now, but we'll see if this comes to pass. If they do face off, if Raynor has the option, I think he would prefer to play a PVZ instead of a ZVZ against Wayne. That could be in our future, but I'm getting ahead of myself because we're still mid-series. We're still getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. And spawn. Oh, wait, let's go. Oh, we are clowning it up hard right now because spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for a 13-12 against a 12 pool. We have the blue Zerg player from Team Liquid. It is a laser. It's been a while since I've seen a pro player, open up 13-12. I think the last time I saw this was Dark on... I want to say Dark on... What was the small map? It hasn't even been that long. The small map in the last map pool. Oh my god, I'm blanking on the name. But you know what I'm talking about. But yeah, this is wild here. 13-12s are not really seen very often at all, so I am caught a little bit off guard. Hold on, this is bothering me. I need to quickly check. It hasn't even been like a year. I'm thinking of Near Humanity. That's it, Near Humanity. That was a small map. But yeah, it's been months. Since I've seen a 13-12 at this level play, and here we go, Link's moving out. So for those that are curious, Wayne is going for a more economic opener. A 12 pool is a way to be aggressive and to expand behind it. Meanwhile, a 13-12 is all in. 100% all in. We're rushing into Link speed, we're rushing into a Baling Nest. A laser has, of course, faster gas, better tech, and will eventually look to surprise his opponent. The hatchery is nowhere to be found. Wayne, he's now aware of what's going on, does run into all these Lings, and Wayne needs to take a defensive position. He has to get the hell back home, and now he's on his way back. Spine Crawler on the way, Queens as well. Again, Wayne will not have Link speed, he will not have Bailings. He needs to defend, he needs to fight with his advantage, and that is going to be Queens and Spines defensively back at home. So Wayne is in a bit of trouble. Now, the upside is that a laser is all in and a laser is committed, so all Wayne has to do is survive, but that is easier said than done. There it is, Bailings are on the way. Bailings are in production. Wayne, of course, has eyes on this, is going to pull back. Spine Crawler waddling to the low ground. Link speed going to be kicking in as well. I'm loving the positioning on top of the ramp as well. Creating a bit of a choke point. Good hold position with those Lings. Another Queen is on the way. We do focus down the Bailings. We do focus them down, but one Queen will fall. Spine Crawler barely does survive. Another Queen waddles towards the low ground. Additional Queens are in production. So far, we are holding. But again, Wayne has to be very careful to overextend. Behind this, a laser's droning. Oh my god. The laser is going to be droning on up. And so far, clutch transfuse. Bailey going to be going off. We do take down the Spine Crawler, but only the Spine Crawler. As both players are saturating their bases, Wayne is in a better position. He has been able to drone up a little bit harder. And I'm really curious to see what kind of direction Wayne takes us in. Oof. Has really good control here out of Wayne, making use of this Zelnaga tower. Let's go, reducing as much surface area as he can. Rest of the Lings get across the map, and can we kill some drones? We ignore the natural, we go straight into the main base, the laser racing back home. Can we focus down any of these workers? We do disrupt the mining. Yeah, this is all we need to do. Disrupt the economy here of a laser. Behind this, Wayne should be playing 2 base. Remember, Wayne doesn't have any gases. Because of a 12 pool, 0 gases, his goal here is to wall off on 2 bases and to get to roaches. Or, if Wayne wanted to, he could go into mutas again. One or the other. But essentially, a laser is free to drone back at home. He's still behind in the economy. He still has to catch back up in some way. The goal base would be a good way for a laser to catch up in this game. As Wayne is taking all of his gases, walling off as well. Wayne is very much so in control of this game. And with this faster Roach War, and this should just be straight up Roach play out of Wayne. He could still try to spice it up with mutas, but unnecessary at this point. Really, my eyes are on the laser, and we spoke about it. Okay, gold base is on the way. This is how we come back in this game. The gold is a good first step, but outside of that, do we try to take a risk and go into mutas? Do we go into roaches instead, which I feel like would be a more secure way to play this out? We have a fast Evo chamber behind this for +1. Gases are finally being taken. We Again, a laser is still one step behind. There it is. We have range on the way. That is confirmation that Wayne does indeed want to focus on roach production. There it is. Roach Warren on the way for a laser. And this entire time a laser is just playing for one step behind. The leagues are going to be coming in. But we have roaches. And plenty of roaches in position. And a laser's going for an all-in. We do have +1 carapace on the way. So this is going to be a Ling roach all-in out of a laser. It's going to be saturating his gold, that is true, so we'll see how hard we do saturate these bases. But typically, +1 carapace does signify +1 carapace timing with just Lings and Roaches and Ravagers. We don't really intend to have the game go on much longer. Good scout from Wayne, does get eyes on the gold. Gets eyes on the timing of the lair as well. Yeah, and as you can see here, we're not really fully saturating our natural. We're not taking these additional gases. We are amassing Lings. Likewise, Wayne amassing roaches. And oh no! No! Who is it? As it looks like we have some latency issues with one of our observers. But here we go, the Roach Highway. The Creep Highway has been set up. Wayne is pushing right towards that gold base. We do have a massive amount of Lings, though. Oh, that is a lot of Lings. They're looking for an engage. They're looking for a surround. I'm loving these Ravagers, though. They are morphed in. Queens come in for some clutch transfuse, and we will clean up every single one of these Lings. +1 carapace isn't done. Not yet. And it looks like, yeah, Wayne, he takes control of the gold base. And this hatchery is going to be going down. From here, Wayne, he's just amassing more roaches. And GG gets called. A laser not able to get into his game, not able to get into his own +1 timing. And Wayne will take the 2-0. GG. GG. Very well played here by Wayne. I was definitely, you know, favoring him coming into this series, but I was not expecting a 2-0. I was not expecting a 2-0 out of Wayne. So very nicely done here. He will advance on to the semifinals, where he's going to be waiting for quite some time, as we do have a lot of matches that are ongoing. A lot of matches that are still mid-series here, and we may be jumping around a little bit. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So Wayne, he advances on to the semifinals. We can switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket ourselves. Wayne, he's got some waiting to do. He's waiting for Raynor, Baby Marine, and Mana to wrap up their own matches, so it's going to be stuck for quite some time. Because of that, we are hopping over to the lower portion of the bracket. Raynor and Baby Marine, they are mid-series. They are in the middle of their game, so we do have to try to find another series to jump into instead. As a reminder, both semifinals will be casted as well. Both semis will be casted, so regardless of what happens, we will catch up with Wayne at some point in this broadcast. We'll get back there. We'll get there. Big shout out to Control Babia Annyeong Haseyo. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, I'm assuming, as we're settling into our next matchup, our next best of 3, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Site Delta, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, representing his new team, Na'Vi. It is Spirit. I'll fix the team logo. I'll get on it. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the German Zerg player representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. Just very quickly trying to find the Navi logo. There we go. Okay, so as we mentioned before, both semifinals will be casted, so we will catch up with Wayne once he gets his opponent. Until then, we're going to be heading over towards the lower portion of the bracket instead, catching up with some of these other players, diving into a fresh best of 3. We're here for it. Lambo versus Spirit. The winner of this series advances on to face off against either Hearthstone or Showtime. A Protoss will be waiting. Which one? Yet to be determined. Long time no see, Craig. Long time. I did see that you post on Twitter recently that you're of course looking for a team, and Control, of course, been around for quite some time. Relatively recently, coming back from his military service. Good to see you again, Pat. Good to see you, Control. Good to see you. As we do have RCC going to be on the way. It's going to be a Rex Expand at a Spirit. Pretty standard opener so far. I'm pointing this out just because Spirit has been known to go CC first more often than not, so we have to bear that in mind. As for now, just going for a more standard opener. Likewise, Lambo across the map going for a hatch gas pool as well. Everything is looking normal for the time being. Everything is looking normal. Big shout out to Control. Big shout out. Friend of the Ducklings. Friend of CranKy. For now, Reaper is going to be moving out, threatening the natural base. Getting a couple of hits in at the same time. Lambo is taking his third. So thankfully he is not too delayed. And we have our opener of choice from Spirit. Shouldn't be too much of a surprise that is going to be a third CC before Starport. A very economic opener out of our Terror player. And I'll be honest, this is a breath of fresh air. Look, recently we've been casting a lot of Bjorn and Maru and Gumiho, and they've been surprisingly aggressive. We've been seeing like a lot of 2-base all-ins in TVZ, so I'm very happy to see something more economic. I'm like, let's go. I can sink my teeth into something with a little bit more depth and just a little bit juicier in general. Sinking my teeth into Spirit. As the Reaper's going to be dipping into the main base, we went up to 2 Reapers. This is a bit unexpected. Investing into a second Reaper is not really of the norm, and we do force quite a bit of a reaction. At the same time, Link's get across the map, but the natural base is done. It is not going to be delayed, and not too many workers are exposed. Link speed kicks in. Oh, the Reaper's being such a nuisance, but this will eventually be shut down, and we will surround these Reapers. Did cause a bit of chaos in the main base of Lambo, this is true. We got a full scout as well, but Spirit was cleaned up. Looking at the unit loss tab here, oh, you can see that Lambo didn't lose anything, and Spirit did lose 1 SCV across the map alongside his Reapers. I do have to give the edge to Lambo after the early game, but until then though, Spirit, he's still just settling into things, getting to his Hellion production once again. Link's going to be threatening that mineral line. But Spirit does react well, does preserve his units, and is not going 3cc Banshee, is going 3cc into Liberator production. So with this opener here, Spirit is going to have faster stim, not going for an add-on swap. Stim well underway, and is looking to hit the field soon with Liberators and Hellions. The goal here, of course, is try to split up the attention of Lambo as best he can. Hellions will be threatening one side, Liberator is going to be threatening the other. The goal is to try to pull those queens apart and find a way to get some economic damage done. Meanwhile, the Overlord Scout confirms everything. The Overlord Scout will get eyes on everything going on, fully aware of the Liberator coming out, fully aware of the lack of Banshees. So Lambo should be at least mentally prepared for this. And there we go. Spores are on the way. Queens are getting in position. He is more than set up for this. Very fast Eva Chamber there out of Lambo. Liberator tries to rock up, but alas is zoned away by the Spore and the Queen. so far a solid defense out of Lambo. Behind this, we have our safety Bailey Nest, we have our lair as well. There are some players that like to go for faster Evo chambers and faster upgrades against a 3CC opener. This is just really safe play out of Lambo. Very safe play, just going for the faster lair and prioritizing his Bailey Nest, of course, as well. This is to get into bailing speed as quickly as possible, just to be secure here on these 4 bases. And from here, the game is going to settle. Now, what I will say, even though, yes, Spirit didn't really deal any damage with his Hellions, he did force a reaction, forced out some Lings, and at least Spirit didn't lose anything. I mean, the Liberator survived, the Hellions as well, which means that this army can be used at a later date, can be used when it comes to the main push. And the push is soon to be upon us. Remember, Stim is done, Combat Shields is on the way, we have our 1-1 upgrades. We're going to have an upgrade timing where Spirit has upgrades over his opponent because of the delayed Evo Chambers. Oh, and Lambo is rushing into that Hydra Den. Oh boy, we'll see if we can get away with that. I mean, for now, Lambo, he's running up to 80. A pretty comfortable drone count. Investing into Lingbane Hydra for the time being as well. There it is, Hydra upgrades are on the way. And Spirit is soon to hit the field, and there we go, is now going to be pushing. Now, we have the armory on the horizon. Once it finishes, we can morph in some of these Hellions into Hellbats to support his tanks. At the same time, Liberator on the right-hand side. And Spirit, he's got a lot of work to do. Does have a lot of work to do here. The army has been spotted, and the Lings are already in position. The Hellions! No! Hellions get surrounded immediately, and a bit of an overextension from Spirits. I mean, Hellions, they don't really have too much value here in the mid-game, but again, they could have had their uses here. They all get cleaned up at the same time. Liberator coming in from the right-hand side will get on top of a base. Will get some drone damage. No reaction out of Lambo. 2 workers go down. Pretty good. 2 workers and lost mine time. Meanwhile, at the same time, we're diving on top of the tanks. The Unsiege. 1 tank was unsieged, and we should be able to clean this up. The second tank goes down. Spirit forced to lift. And upon losing both of those tanks, that is the backbone of the army gone at this point. Spirit is going to try to reinforce, getting out of tank production into Widow Mines instead. But Hydras have hit the field. Lambo is looking rock solid. Now, because Lambo is investing into earlier Hydras, it is delaying 2-2. The 2-2 upgrades are still not started here for Lambo. That is something to take note of and to bear in mind. But the advantage is going to be able to keep up with these medevacs. Can keep up with the drop. Speaking of, does try to focus them down. Good stutter stepping here from Spirit. Does clean up those Lings. Behind this, getting into Drilling Claws. Meanwhile, Lambo rushing into a faster Hive. With a fast Hive, we can gain access to Vipers, Adrenal, potentially Lunkers. I don't think we really need to invest into Lunkers anytime soon. I think we're doing quite well here with just a more mobile Lingbane Hydra composition, but the tank is going to be available in case we do need it. Spirit just trying to be as active as he can, trying to split up the army, the forces of Lambo, but Lambo is pre-split. He's in position, he's looking to chase Spirit down. And likewise on the left-hand side, Lambo overextending, but he does catch some of those Marines. Getting a little bit adventurous, fighting off of creep. But again, behind this, Hive Tech is done. We've already drawn up to 94. That's quite a lot of drones. Up to 5, soon to be 6 bases. Lambo's looking pretty comfortable. Behind this as well, Spirit is also maxing out on 4, soon to be 5 bases as well. Working on his 5th CC. The downside here is just tech-wise, it feels like Lambo is 1 step ahead. What I mean by that is that we don't have a Ghost Academy. Ghost Academy just now starting up here. That will help against things like Vipers. But the Vipers are already soon to hit the field for Lambo. They're already done. A decent mine hit. A good trade here from Spirit. Yeah, and Spirit, his economy is still looking solid. He's on the cusp of maxing out himself. 3-3 on the way for the Terran. And the Ghost Academy is now done. Now we have to be careful here for Spirit not to overinvest into Ghosts or not to take up too hard into them, just because Lambo, sure, he has Vipers, true, but he doesn't really have any Lurkers or any other higher form attack. Oh my god, big Mind Shot! Like, it is still mainly Ling Bane Hydra. As he's going to be pushing on both fronts, pushing into Tank Fire though. Bit of an overextension from Lambo. Spirit has been trading very well. Has been trading more efficiently, especially against those Lings. But here we go, Lambo, he's committed. Forces to cancel these bases, going for the Planetary, the Banelings. They roll in, they crash into the Mineral Line. SCV is going to be going down, the Planetary as well. At the same time, Spirit trying to get on top of those Hydras, but alas, I barely cannot. Does shave off a couple of them. But Lambo, he takes down the base and backs the hell off. And it looks like he is going to trigger a counterattack. Spirit wants to try to punish this, but I can't really get this going. There we go. Tanks are repositioning. Fourth base being retaken. We are pushing onto creep, but oh, that's 20 Banelings in production. Banelings are coming in. Vipers are full of energy. Going for the powerbomb on the medevac. Oh my god, they're doing so much damage. The splits a little bit delayed. Medevacs do survive, but that was so much damage done to them. Stacking was unreal. Vipers still full of energy as well. We can see Lambo getting ready to collapse on this position. Coming in from behind. Getting on top of the tanks. Big mine hits. Really good kiting overall. Really nice concave out of Spirit. Oh my god. Cleans up all the Banelings, but that was a costly trade. It did cost Spirit all of his tanks. Regardless, he's going to chase this down. Without any Banelings, there's no stopping the Marine Army. The hatchery will fall. Spirit, he has some momentum. Banelings just now on the way. But Spirit, he doesn't risk it. Doesn't risk chasing this down. He will back up. But we have a back and forth. Lambo trying to retake this hatchery. Straight behind this, getting back into tank production. Tanks and Widow Mines. Fifth base is on the way. Lambo taking every other base on the map. We still have the center bases and these southern bases that are left for the Terran. Spirit can try to take them eventually. But Lambo has map control, he has creep all over the place. His army is spotted. Big scout here from Spirit. And he's going to be rotating. But it may just be too little too late. The SCVs! No! Oof, oh my god, even some friendly fire. 8 SCVs go down. Overall, they're an efficient trade against the Banelings, though. Snipe's going to be going up. No, is that Moku? Is it me? Who is it?
Game paused.
Oh. Our ping is looking good. There we go. Moku, SE boy, no! Unfortunately, it looks like our Chinese casters are getting a little bit of latency. This is not the time. I don't know if you can see on the minimap, but as soon as Lambo started pulling back here at this third base location, we have a drop in the north and a drop towards the south. Spirit is counterattacking, hitting 2 bases at once. And Lambo is out of position. He may just lose both hatcheries. Lambo has to make a choice. As soon as the unpause finishes, Lambo either has to turn back around and try to recover, or commit. Commit and just push into the natural. As SC Boy is our SC Boy and Moku. They are our Chinese coverage, unfortunately. They're the organizers of this event, so it is a big shame that they're having some connection issues. But here we go. Again, Lambo, it looks like he does want to dive on these ghosts at the same time. Drop towards the north, drop towards the south. There we go, instantly diving on top of the army. Lightning Cloud gets thrown down, big EMP. Pull back to the tank. Sling Bane trying to get on top of those ghosts. It looks like we do get on top of the tank at least. Another blinding cloud on the ghost as well. Lambo, he's just sending it right into the main base on top of the production. At the same time, looks like that northern hatchery and the southern hatchery did go down as well. But we are camping the production. We're picking off units as they pop out. And Spirit, this may just be the kill move that Lambo was looking for. Spirit trying to fight his way back into his main base. The ghosts are gaining ground. Yeah, we are cleaning up all the Hydras. The drops are coming back home, but Lambo, he's reinforcing with Mass Ling. And Spirit, he has retaken control of his main base. He lost 39 SCVs. Lambo, meanwhile, is triple expanding. He's taking every base he can. And Spirit, he's holding. But again, he just lost so much of his economy. He has a lot of rebuilding to do. So does Lambo. The difference being that Lambo has map control. The mine! But Lambo does have map control, so he has the freedom to expand anywhere he wants to. Mine's just going to be going up. Spirit has the more efficient army. But Lambo, he's re-establishing these hatcheries. Getting them back up and running. Spirit third, not going down without a fight. Should be taking down top right. It's going for the base. Does scan, does see the army. How many Vipers? One. Only one Viper available here for Lambo. Does go for the power bomb. Big Snipe's going to be going off. I'm loving the reaction here from Spirit. Does pull back. Does trade very well. Hatchery's going to go down. Spirit can from here rotate over towards the center base. And Lambo, he's making 3 Vipers at the moment. Oh, the base is left exposed. Big Link counterattack. SCVs are falling. Workers that we just can't afford to lose. And you can see Spirit is being pulled apart. The Banelings! And they look to crash into those Marines. Spirit now coming back towards the north. In a head-to-head fight, I actually favor Spirit. I do think Spirit can win like a more head-on engagement. But Lambo just constantly going for harassment, just constantly going for these run-bys. Not allowing Spirit to breathe here. Scan reveals a lack of expansion. Has Lambo, he's just spreading creep here on top of the bases of Spirit. Again, just not allowing him to expand. And because of those power bombs earlier, Spirit, he hasn't been able to go for any drop plays. Medevacs are so low. Speaking of the Lings, they get into the main base once again. The door is wide open. Spirit gonna take a good fight though. Gonna force back the main army, but Lings, they get into the main base. Production getting caught out. A couple of ghosts as well. 2 ghosts gonna be going down. And while Spirit tries to regain control of his main, Lambo, he just rotates towards the north, going for the planetary. Not too many Banelings here, unfortunately. Spirit heavily overstimmed. Oh my god. Heavily overstimmed. But does hold on to his planetary. Again, the supplies are looking close, but the fact that this army is on its last legs is a little bit brutal. Likewise, Lambo doesn't have the best upgrades either. Plus 3 melee just now finishing up on the horizon. We have 4 infestors. Yo, 1 good fungal is all we need. Again, this army is just so battered and so bruised. Lambo is getting ready for it. He's getting ready for those fungals. Hatchery going to be going down, and here we go. We're going for the engage. Show us the fungal. Ling Bane just rolling on top of the army. Faster still yet to reveal themselves. Massive fungal on the army. And the Ling Bane barely does collapse on this, and it looks like Lambo just has too much. He breaks the main army here of Spirit. Another fungal as well. And Lambo has finally done it. Now with double the supply of his opponents. Getting the planetary is going to be a bit of a mission. But he is focusing it down. The repairs. There we go. Looks like the planetary will fall. At the same time, we have a drop towards the south. We take down the base. But this planetary did mean so much more to Spirit. As he's down to 1.5 bases. Top right has been spotted, and top right is going to be denied as well. Oh, the fungal! Once again, big fungal on the main army. Spirit just doesn't have enough left. It was definitely a good effort. Spirit, again, he was able to fight very well for quite some time, but the kill move was during the pause, if you remember. During that unfortunate lag out, when Lambo was able to get on top of the army and bust into the main base for the first time. That was a crucial moment for Lambo. Now Lambo, he's refining his army, getting into lurkers, taking the center base towards the south. We have a double drop, but I believe it has been spotted by those lings. Oh god, the lunkers! The lunkers are getting in position. We got lings in the natural. The lurkers laying siege upon the last mining base here of Spirit. At the same time, he's also shutting down this center hatchery as well. A lot of drones are falling. And the hatchery itself, oh my god. Doesn't last too long. But we're getting on top of the main army. Big mine shot, but we clean up the force. GG gets called, and Lambo will be taking game number 1. GG. GG, well played. That was that was intense, Poppy. An intense game there between Lambo and Spirit. Did go the way of Lambo in the end, but that was pretty close and pretty back and forth. I'm hoping that the lag outs wasn't the determining factor. I did mention that that was the time when things did swing in favor of Lambo. I hope that the latency that the players were experiencing at the time didn't negatively impact Spirit. And I hope they didn't allow Lambo to actually get a win there. That would be a shame if that were to be the case. But regardless, we're going to be getting into game number 2 between these two players. Meanwhile, when it comes to updates on the bracket, it looks like Rainer versus Baby Marine is still ongoing? Question mark? What has happened? Yeah, I have confirmation. Rainer versus Baby Marine still mid-series. They're still going at it. A winner goes up against Mana, winner goes up against Wayne. Meanwhile, Showtime versus Hearthstone has come to an end. And my condolences to Hearthstone. It is his year. It's always his year. The year of Hearthstone. But unfortunately, that is not enough to overwhelm and overcome Demauer himself. As Showtime did 2-0 Hearthstone and is waiting in the lower semifinals. So Showtime is waiting for the winner of this series. Here we go. Also, I just realized, I was really curious who Magic Terran was. Because they were laughing that SC Boy lagged out. And now it makes sense. Magic Terran is actually Xiaose, who's SC Boy's co-caster. So suddenly it makes a lot more sense why he reacted that way. I was like, who is this guy? Does he know SC Boy? He does. He does. Those wondering, they are the tastosis of the Chinese scene, essentially. Great casters, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Going to be on Golden Aura. Now, personally, I'm hoping for an ace match, but we'll see. We'll see where this takes us. We'll see where we go. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the German Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Let's go. As here in Game 2, Spirit is looking to spice things up even further, going for a proxy. Oh, I was going to say a proxy 2 racks. My apologies. This is a proxy 3 racks. 3 SCVs, 3 racks in total. A very committed build here. Very committed opener from Spirit. Oh boy, we'll see if he can get this, if he can make this work. We'll see if Lambo is caught off guard. For now, hatch first. Hatch first out of Lambo. So it actually hasn't been uncommon to cut corners on Golden Aura, but there we go. It's going to be a hatch gas pull. We are not going gasless here against the Terran. But we are committed to 3 racks. So those that are curious, this is a very committed build from Spirit. With this, we're going to be throwing down some bunkers. We're going to be looking to not just deny the 3rd, but ideally get even more damage than that. This is, again, just insanely borderline all-in. You can transition out of this. This is true, but it is difficult to transition out of this for Spirit. As Lambo is keeping his Overlord outside of his natural, hoping to react and to shut down the eventual bunkers that are going to be on the way. Now, because it's a 3 racks, ideally we do want to give up on the natural base. We don't really want to fight for it. We don't want to pull too many boys. We don't want to lose too many workers. As 2 SCVs are revealed, making it look like a 2 racks. Marines, they do catch an Overlord. The Overlord will barely get on top of the pillar. We'll get onto that high ground. Meanwhile, behind us, we have the Roach Warren on the way, Spine Crawler as well. Looks like Lambo, he is giving up on the low ground. He has recognized how aggressive this is going to be. Oh, the SCV almost goes down. But so far, a wise choice out of Lambo. He's giving up on the natural and has correctly identified, or just gambled a little bit, that this is indeed a 3 racks. Spine Crawler is being cancelled, though. Lings are on the way. Is Lambo going to try to go for the dive? Yeah. There we go, the hatchery has been shut down. And this is a good start for Spirit, don't get me wrong, but this is the bare minimum that Spirit wants to get done. Lambo, he's already building up his Roach count, soon to be Ravagers. With his Ravagers, he's going to be breaking free. And we have seen a lot of Terran players from here transition into Marauders. There it is. Tech Labs are on the way. Concussive Shell and Marauder production has commenced. It is going to be on Spirit to try to hold on, survive, and reinforce this army with Marauders. Likewise, it's going to be on Lambo to break free before too many Marauders reinforce and become too much of a problem for his Roach army to deal with, or for his Ravager army to deal with. There we go, we have our first wave of vials. SCV going to be keeping this this bunker up and running a little bit longer. Behind this, we are attempting to transition. That is not a CC though, that is a factory. That bunker taking a lot of damage, forcing that salvage, but oh, it's going to be a kill, not a salvage. Good pick off. Good pick off so far. Meanwhile, it looks like Spirit, he has recognized he is giving up on this position. He's amassing his Marauders out in the center of the map. And now he's reinforcing. Now with Concussive Shell, we can of course try to focus on some of these Ravagers and pick them up. Oh, that's going to be another kill, not a salvage. The Spirit is backing off. Now, he still needs to maintain this position because he's not floating his Raxes. His add-ons are out in the open. He has to commit, and he's all in, essentially. I mean, now we have a CC on the way, but it's after the factory and after the starport. There we go. Raxes are floating back home. Spirit. He's looking to pull this off. No! Who is it? Yo, everyone is lagging today. My god. Pommy, I believe Pommy's the French caster, if I'm not mistaken. I believe. Initially, our Chinese coverage was lagging out. Now Pommy, smooth. Not like this. Just trying to double check. Pommy, is he a French caster or is he a Russian caster? I can't quite remember. Yeah, it looks like we'll just be getting into this. Thankfully, we've taken. Oh, there we go. Thankfully, we are in a bit of a lull here in this game, so the lag out of this caster didn't really negatively affect the players. Gonna be able to back up. Lambo taking his natural, likewise so is Spirit. Overlord comes in, does get eyes on the Marauders. Big scout. We are aware. Oh, and we're going not just a Banshee opener. I saw the add-ons up earlier. Banshees make plenty of sense. Are we going to go for a second starport? Because that is a fusion core on the way. BCs? Let's go. If we're going to meme it up with battle cruisers, may as well just double down and throw down a second starport, right? I mean, we'll see. Tech labs are being shut down. We only got Concussive Shell. We did not get... Oh my god. We did not get Stim or Combat Shields. As we have a third CC on the way. Meanwhile, Lambo, he is committed. He is not droning. Cutting Workers at 21. Amassing Ravagers. Looking to knock down this front wall. And the Raxes are going to fall. Well, they're forced to raise. So far, good positioning though here. The Lings are getting annihilated. We're looking for surround on the Marines and the Marauders. A nice target firing, but it looks like we are cleaning up the main army. And we're barely getting into the middle line. Boys are being pulled. Looks like Spirit, he's going to be able to hold on, but Lings, they're reinforcing. There we go. They are being forced back. It's going to be 10 worker kills. And Lambo is droning up as best he can behind this. Oh boy. And the question becomes, what did Lambo see? Oh, he did not get eyes on the fusion core. He's aware of the Banshee production, that is true, but he is not aware of the fusion core. He did see the third CC at least, so he knows that Spirit's working on a longer game. As the Overlord dips into the main base, gets eyes on the production. Again, could still believe it is Banshee production. You know, there we go. Tech labs are on the way, reactors as well. First BC does teleport across the map into the main base. We are trying to go for the Queens. And it looks like we should be able to focus them down. One Queen falls, the second Queen as well. And this is all the anti-air we have, by the way. Yeah, we're gonna be focusing on every single Queen. Another Queen does pop out just in time, but it's taking so much damage. Spire is on the way. Bearing in mind that Lambo is still on 2 bases. 4 drones is not insignificant. There we go. We go for the mule. We go for the repair as well. Topping up the battle cruiser. Soon to be joined by a second battlecruiser as well. behind this, Spirit is going for a bio transition. Part of me was thinking, are we going to go into mech? Like, we had quite a delay for Stim, but Stim is now on the way in. It is going to be bio. 3 more Raxes, 5 in total. BC is coming back in. How many queens do we have? We still only 4. It's better than earlier at least, but there we go. We do have 1. We do have a second transfuse available. Spirit though, he's just focusing down as many drones as he can, getting 6, soon to be 7 workers, and does barely teleport back home. Whew. Very clutch. Down to 17 HP, and that was only 1 battle cruiser. Looks like we canceled the second one though. We're going for an add-on swap into just straight up bio play.
Research complete.
Spire was spotted. And yeah, Spirit is just getting into Marines and Marauders. 1-1 is on the way. Turrets are finishing up as well to defend against the Mutas. Now Lambo does have map control with these Mutalisks, but we'll see what he can get done with it. He's going to be amassing mutas here outside of that main base. Heading into the main. Widowmines are burrowing. Be very wary. You see the BC wants to try to bait in those mutas if possible. Scan reveals Ravagers alongside the 1-1 upgrades. We can see that it is going to be a Roach Ravager heavy composition from Lambo. But I want to give the edge to Spirit at the moment. Against Spirit, he's got the better economy. He's got the better army. Roach Ravager can snowball out of control in the mid game. This is true. But we're not quite there yet. We don't really have the supply to work with. Yeah, leads are being cleaned up. We're chasing this down. Same time, battlecruisers are getting into the main base. Mutas are forced back. Spirit's still being very active. And once the mutas are revealed, then we can be a little bit more assertive as well. So here comes that Roach Ravager army. BC forces teleport the hell out of there. Spirit definitely does want to engage. There we go. He goes for the stim. Ooh. Oh my god. Even forcing some friendly fire there with those vials. He does unload. Reinforcements meet up, and this is a really scary moment for Lambo, and he's doubling down on this, by the way. Still making roaches. Lambo is still committed. There we go, we dive on top of the army, go for the massive stim as well. Vials, they do graze the forces of Spirit. Buying a bit of time. Forcing back the army. Meanwhile, Lambo still isn't taking a 4th and still isn't droning. So he's still just hyperfixated on just pure Roach Ravager. One way or another, the game is about to end. Lambo, he wants to either break Spirit here and now or die trying. I'm loving the use of these mutas. Again, just trying to pull Spirit apart, weaken up some of the defenses. How many tanks do we have? We're gonna have 3 tanks, soon to be 4. So Lambo, he's looking for another way in. Lambo has maxed out. Mutas doing what they can. When you see Spirit specifically target firing as many of these Ravagers, he gets 2. Up. Gets 3. 3 BC. Sorry, 3 Ravagers for 1 BC. Does teleport away. This is looking dire here for Lambo, but he's going for it. Going for the dive, but alas, he cannot break this position. GG gets called. Spirit far too ahead, and Spirit will tie it up 1-1. GG. Cool. GG. Got a solid game out of Spirit. Did very well initially, getting into, of course, his proxy Raxes and into his transition as well. The Battlecruiser was the cherry on top, essentially. It was able to achieve so much damage, so much value. Really nicely done from Spirit to try to hide and, yeah, really surprise Lambo with that Battlecruiser, believing it was just going to be Banshees. And with that, Spirit was able to snowball out of control, force the all-in, defended beautifully, and now we get an ace match. It all comes down to this final game on Alcyone. Let's go. Let us go. Spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alcyone, we have the German Zerg player being forced into the ace match, looking to make it to the semi-finals. Representing Shopify Rebellion, it is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. And once again, we have 1, we have 2, we have 3 SCVs being sent out to proxy some Raxes. I mean, it worked in game 2, may as well work in game number 3 as well. So it's going to be a proxy 3 Rax here, same build, same kind of outlook here from Spirit. Going to be going for Mass Marine with a bunker rush behind it. And if Lambo, of course, goes for the same reaction, going into Roaches, we should also be seeing some Red Orders on the way from Spirit as well. We'll see if there's any kind of major form of deviation. Lambo did go Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener from our Zerg player. We'll see if the Overlord comes across this. Is going to be scouting, but won't go out far enough to really see any of these Raxes. So Lambo is going to be in the dark. Now, the question becomes, will Lambo try to save his natural? I'm pretty sure, once again, Spirit is only going to reveal 2 SCVs, so there is a chance that Lambo may misread this. He may believe, like, you're not going to 3-Rax me 2 games in a row, and may think it's a 2-Rax and then go for a different response. Those that are curious, 2-Raxes are typically something that you can defend your natural against. You can pull the boys, you can shut down the SCVs, and yeah, you can have a bit of a stronger reaction and a stronger response. But here we go. Bunkers are on the way. Marines going straight for the Overlord as well. Lambo going for a third base is going to be pulling the boys. Uh-oh. Yeah, he wants to try to fight for control of his natural. Looks like 1 SCV is going to be going down. Nice pickoff here already from Lambo. The other SCV is exposed. We do see Spirit overextending. But there's that third SCV on the way. And we have a massive amount of Marines who do force a cancel. There is another bunkers on the way. And can Lambo deal with this? Can he clean this up? Can he deny that bunker? Once again, the boys are being pulled, going for the surround. He is going for it. It looks like he will not get on top of the bunker. Not yet. Yeah, this is the scary thing. Both queens going to be going down, and this is just becoming too much damage. GG gets called. Lambo misreading the build, assuming it was a 2-Rax, and Spirit will take the series 2-1. GG. And that is what I was afraid of for Lambo, is that he may have just gotten into his own head a little bit, may have just assumed that Spirit wouldn't 3-racks 2 games in a row, thought it was a 2-racks, did try to fight for control of the natural. As you saw there, the big difference here between a proxy 2-racks and a 3-racks is that obviously with the 3-racks there are more Marines, which means if you're pulling the boys and if you're trying to surround and deny those bunkers, very quickly the Marine count can snowball out of control. This is why that in game 1, Lambo immediately just gave up on his natural. He just gave up on it, he threw down the spine, threw down a roach warren, and stayed on one base and eventually broke free. Here in here in game number 3, we saw that Lambo again just assumed that it was a different build, and yeah, it was a bit of a gamble, bit of a risk that you take as a Zerg player, and yeah, Lambo, he gambled incorrectly there and was punished for it. GG, well played. Congratulations to Spirit for advancing on. Congratulations. And my condolences to Lambo, as it looks like we have both semifinals ready. Ooh, we have a choice to make. Okay. Now, we made a promise. We did make a promise, and I'm gonna be sticking to it here. We made a promise to follow Wayne earlier. An exclamation mark be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have Raynor. He finally took down his brother, took down Baby Marine 2-0, and was able to take down Mana 2-0 as well in a very fast series. And now Raynor's up against Wayne. And we spoke about this earlier. We were talking about Wayne, how he's a wild card, especially in ZVZ. That's why he was able to take down a laser. Wayne, he's a bit of a ZVZ specialist in a way, which means I wouldn't be surprised if Raynor plays Protoss. I would not be surprised if Raynor doesn't play Zerg specifically against Wayne. I mean, in general, Raynor's not really fond of ZVZ. But this is a very real possibility here for Raynor when it comes to picking a different race. And we're going to find out. We are going to find out, as up next, we have Raynor versus Wayne. Ooh. It looks like Showtime versus Spirit is going to be happening at the same time. It's a bit of a shame, but it looks like we won't be covering, you know, both semifinals. They're both going to be happening concurrently. They will both be happening concurrently here. And I would love to cover both of them, but we mentioned before that we were going to be following Wayne into those semifinals, and we are going to be going back to him. And the question becomes, do we get a ZVZ or not? And it looks like we will! It looks like Raynor is playing Zerg. Let's go. And if our series is fast, then we can catch the lower semifinals as well. So don't you worry. If it's a fast one, we can cover both regardless. As we are loading into game number 1. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hardlead, we have the Italian Zerg player. Sometimes he's Protoss, but today he's going to be Zerg. We have the red Zerg representing Team Basilisk. It is Raynor. The heavy favorite in this entire qualifier, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the ZVZ Sniper representing Team Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. Here we go. As for the time being, everything is looking normal. Earlier today, we had some wild ZVZs. We had 13 12s, we had 12 pools as well. But for the time being, it looks like just a regular hatch gas pool from both Raynor and Wayne. Now, as we've already seen, Wayne is willing to mix it up. He's willing to go into muta plays, willing to go into all-ins. He is willing to be very diverse in his playstyle in ZVZ. Likewise, I'm sure the same can be said about Raynor, so we'll see how we can keep up with each other and how we compare. As a reminder, the winner of this series does advance on to a qualifying match, where they'll be facing off against the winner of Showtime and Spirit. One or the other. So now we're going to be settling into this. We're also loading into hard lead, short rush distance by ground. Very short actually, so does lead to a lot of aggression. And it can lead into a lot of aggression in the mid game, even before that as well. Those Ling Bane wars can be intense. So now we are just going to be droning on up, getting saturated on 2 bases. No big deviations yet. It's too early for that. We should be going towards our 3rd base. If either player doesn't expand, then of course we'll take note of that. This time Wayne is going for his 3rd. Likewise, so is Raynor. I bring this up just because the last time we saw Wayne on this map, he did play 2 base. So important to bear that in mind. Now though, 3rd hatcheries are being taken. Bailey Nest should soon be on the way as well. There it is from the side of Raynor. We should soon be seeing it. There we go, from Wayne. So both players are mirroring each other. Everything is looking normal for now. Oh! Good control here from Wayne. From Raynor, from both players. Just pulling back with their lings. Trading nicely. Forcing each other back. And we do see our first sign of aggression here. Wayne is going to be cutting workers at 26, and he has 16 lings on the way. Raynor, he has his own lings as well, just significantly less compared to his opponent. So Wayne is going to be the aggressor, Raynor going to be the defender. Will be defending instead, and here we go. Wayne is going to be pushing. He does come across these Baileys, is going to try to shut them down. It's going to be close. Oh, he does deny both of them. Big Pigos, but there's a 3rd Bailing behind this, and Raynor, he should be able to hold on. Wayne going to have to back off. He is droning up behind this. Meanwhile, Raynor going straight into that Roach Warren. Wayne a little bit late with his own. So Wayne just trying to be a little bit assertive, trying to force an overreaction. Trying to be assertive, but in the end is deflected. Oh god, bit of a slip up there by Wayne, losing 2 Bailings, and that may just be it. The Ling Bane gets into the natural base. The Queen is going to be going down. We get into the mineral line. Ooh, 5 drones go down. Ay. We will be able to clean this up, but again, in a mirror matchup, losing 5 workers, that's significant. Did I say 5? I should have said 6 drones, 8 drones even, as we lose even more here towards the natural. And Roaches are on the way. Raynor following this up with a 1-2 punch with Ling Roach. And Wayne was 1 step behind when it came to his own Roach production. Does catch some Lings. Good moves out of Wayne. Cannot engage with those Roaches. There are just too many of them. But Wayne is threatening a counterattack, forcing Raynor to stay back at home. We have Bailings on the way. The Queen! Queen is going to get surrounded. Good reaction out of Wayne. Does get a surround on. Gets a kill on that Spore Crawler. Very nicely done. Meanwhile, the Roach Army of Raynor runs into the Roach Army of Wayne. Wayne, he is holding. Is down in army supply, but overall in a decent position. And the question becomes, who drones first? The answer is Raynor. Raynor is droning quite heavily, actually. He's taking another gas geyser. He's saturating his 3rd base. Wayne is not. That is 3 more Overlords on the way. It looks like Wayne is going to be committing. Doesn't have a lair, doesn't have Roach speed, but we're on hard lead. We don't need Roach speed. We could just double down and commit. It looks like that's what we're going to be seeing. So Wayne is all in. Raynor. Is he going to get caught with his pants down again? He did drone up quite heavily. Oh, the Roaches, they get caught out. Big catch here for Raynor. Gets one roach in the end. He wants the other. He wants the Ravager. Oh. Yeah, Ravager is going to be going down. Ooh, a roach as well. At the same time, Wayne, he tries to commit across the map, but he runs into a roach army, and I don't think Wayne has enough. Okay, despite Raynor droning earlier, Raynor, he has the numbers on his side. Cleans up the Lings. And will clean up these roaches as well. Raynor, he has the defender's advantage. GG gets called, and Raynor will take game number 1. GG. Was a bit of an intense game there, but Raynor, he was able to get away with droning. His Lings also delayed the push. Like, Wayne was completely all in, and he could not be slowed down. Time was working against him, and he had to get across the map as quickly as possible. Alas, could not make it in the end. Was delayed. And with that, that is a 1-0 lead in favor of Raynor. He needs one more win here to advance on to the qualifying match. He needs one more. Meanwhile, Wayne needs one more to force the ace match. And we'll see if we can go the distance. You can hear the beeps. We're loading into our next game. It's going to be on Site Delta. If I recall correctly, I believe this was the map where... Was this the map where Wayne went 2-base Muta? I think so. Yeah, he went 2-base Muta against a laser on Site Delta. We'll see if we go for something similar here. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our red Zerg player. Down in the series, just to fight back here and now, it is merely a best of 3. Representing Starlight Twinkle, it is Wayne. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player. Zerg, not Protoss, not yet. Representing Team Basilisk, it is Raynor. It's getting quite late here in the land of Oz. It's okay. As we are going to be settling on in. And so far, hatch first. No 12 pool, no 13-12 shenanigans. Hatch first here from both Wayne and Raynor. Everything looking as it should. Yeah, it's currently midnight here in Australia. I was an animal today and I woke up at a reasonable time. How dare I? Oh, no! Jesus, we're going through all the caches and the players as well, as it looks like we may have lost connection to Raynor for a moment. Hopefully we're able to bring him back. If Raynor does lag out, then of course we can resume from replay. I mean, there hasn't really been anything significant that has happened this game, but we are almost 1.5 minutes in, so we do want to preserve the integrity of the game. And yeah, hopefully if Raynor does lag out, hopefully we're able to recover, and hopefully he's able to join us again without too much issue. The fingers crossed. As I think he is going to lag out. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong. I believe Raynor is not at his regular apartment. I think he's staying with his family. Am I crazy? I think he tweeted about it. How after he does lag out. I think Raynor tweeted about it, right? He tweeted after DreamHack Atlanta that he was going to be going to stay with his family and kind of like turtle up. I say turtle up, like hibernate in a way. Hibernate and get ready for IEM. And yeah, Roddy, he's confirming that he's currently living at his grandma's house, which I'm pretty sure he said on social media. So Rainer doesn't have the most stable internet, but I'm sure will be joining us soon. Meanwhile, any other updates? I think Wardy is casting the lower semifinals. I think Wardy is covering Showtime versus Spirit, so they got you covered there. I think it's Wardy and Steadfast. So we kind of split up in a way. It's Wardy and Steadfast for the lower semis, and it's ourselves and Rotterdam for the upper semifinals. So we are going to be going on a short break. There's not really anything else to update at the moment. I guess I could try to slip in somewhere. But it looks like they're still in game 1. Looks like they're still in game number 1, so we may as well go on a short break. Going to be going on a short break here. We're just going to be waiting for Rainer to recover his internet, and I mean, hopefully he's able to. It is going to be a big shame if he is down for the count and if he can't recover his internet, but we're willing to wait. We're willing to definitely wait for as long as we need to for Rainer to come back. Until then, I guess take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, hydrate Hydra, set your roaches, and we're going to be back soon with the continuation of of Wayne versus Rain. See you soon. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that brutal OST. Hope you enjoyed that break, because we have returned with some more matches here with the lower semifinals. So, as a bit of an update for those who maybe tuned in during the break, we were in the middle of casting Rainer versus Wayne, the upper semifinals. We were right in the middle of the series, and unfortunately, Rainer did disconnect. He's currently living with his he's currently staying at his grandmother's house, and apparently the internet there is a little bit unstable. It's a little bit in more of a rural location. So Rainer, he is still offline. He's been trying to recover his internet for the past 10 or so minutes, and I wish him the best. I hope that he can recover it. I hope that he can rejoin us here in this tournament. It would be a shame if he was unable to participate and unable to qualify for Master Coliseum because of internet-related issues. So wish him the best of luck. Meanwhile, we're diving into the lower semifinals instead, into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of side Delta, we have the German Protoss player representing Berlin International Gaming. Team Big, it is showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the Polish Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Na'Vi. It is Spirit. Now, we missed out on game 1 because at the time we were casting game 1 of Wayne versus Rainer, and it looks like Showtime does have a lead in the series for the time being. He's going to be leading it 1-0. Not too sure what occurred, but it was a bit of a longer game. Well, it did go into the mid-game, where they were able to sink their teeth into it. I believe Wardy and Steadfast were covering game 1. We're here for the conclusion of the series. Meanwhile, if you're curious about Wayne versus Rainer, they still have time. But if Rainer doesn't show up by the time this series finishes, then there will most likely be a walkover. So fingers crossed that Rainer is able to rejoin us and Rainer is able to compete and finish out his series. Fingers crossed. As for now, we are just settling on into this. Again, it was a Rax Expand, very economic opener out of Spirit, going for a delayed second gas. So economic overall. I see that. Unstable, but the rural areas, they're full of stables. You're an animal, Einstein. I'm shaking my head, Are there a lot of horses in Italy? Is that a thing? I don't know, Papi. Do they have stables? Maybe that's the problem. Maybe we need to start an initiative, a foundation really, to get more stables in Italy, to make sure that we're able to play and compete in StarCraft events. True. Einstein, you might be onto something. As behind this, we do have a Twilight Council follow-up. Okay, so it's going to be most likely a Blink-based opener here from Showtime, not a Stargate. Again, not too sure how this did all unfold in Game 1, but for now, looking to be a Blink-based opener. Across the map, Spirit going into his own 1-1-1. Looks to be a Widowmine drop opener here from Spirit, so everything's looking pretty normal, pretty by the book. I guess the big deviation is the fact that it is not a Stargate opener, and we're going for quite a number of gateways. We have 1 gateway done in the main, and we have 2 additional gateways in production, so 3 gates in total. Quite an amount here. This is not necessarily the most aggressive opener, but it's very safe, I should say. If you want it to be economic, it'd be 2 gate into a 3rd. With 3 gateways, we're going to have quite an abundance of Stalkers to deal with any kind of aggression that Spirit has to throw at us. Something like the Mind Drop. Meanwhile, this hallucination will get eyes on everything. We do get eyes on the 1-1-1, the Widowmines, and soon to be the Medevac as well. So really good scout by Showtime. He's fully aware of what is coming his way, and this is going to be a committed Widowmine drop. 4 Widowmines in total, alongside even a couple of Hellions on the low ground. Okay. Meanwhile, as we're moving out, Showtime trying to take the initiative here, wants to try to meet up the army in the center of the map, does come across those Hellions at least. Stalkers and sentries moving forward as well. Hellions are being zoned back. Meanwhile, do we have much in the main base to defend? Because the Mind Drop going straight for that Widow, going straight for that main. Going straight for that mineral line. Oh! Do get a couple of hits in, forcing an unload. But we do get in, and it looks like the probes are stuck! There's no way out! No! The probes! Massive connection. 10 probes go down in the main base. The Sim City working against Showtime. They were stuck. There was no way out. There was nowhere to go. At the same time, Helize busts into the natural as well. A couple more probes are going to be going down. They line up, and we get 12 probes in total. Pretty good, pretty solid amount of damage done here by Spirit. Not just his damage being done, but remember that Showtime invested into a third gateway, which means he delayed his third base to have a more secure defense, and it did not work out. It did not pay off. In the end, Showtime loses all those workers, and he has a delayed third on top of that. So a solid start here from Spirits. Behind this, getting into the rest of his production, of course, getting into his second and third racks. Going to be a 3-1-1 setup. Meanwhile, we have Blink, we have High Ground Vision, soon to be High Ground Vision with the Hallucination, and we could try to get into the main, but there is a tank in position. Ooh, we will take a tank shot to the face. But despite that, we do take control of some of the production here, delaying that racks and being forced out. Meanwhile, across the map, this Raven getting very adventurous, actually. Oh my god! The auto turret doesn't really get much done. The Raven is going to be going down. This is an expensive trade here for Spirit. It doesn't get a probe. That was a little bit of a questionable move here from our Red Terran player. I'm a little bit concerned. Meanwhile, behind this, getting into our upgrades, Stim and Combat Shields. All going to be on the way. And Showtime is moving out now. He doesn't have to dive into the main. His goal here is to contain. You know, remember, it was a 3-gate Blink opener. His goal is to contain his opponent on 2 bases and to get away and saturate this third. The third getting up and running. Charge on the way. I imagine a Forge on the horizon with +1. Could go into Robo alongside splash damage. Again, just keeping Spirit in check. And instead of throwing down the third CC, that is a 4th and a 5th racks here from Spirit. 5 rack setup. This is quite aggressive from our Terran player. This doesn't have to be an all-in, but this could very well be, very much so be an all-in here if we do decide to pull the boys. Very committed nonetheless. Behind this, Showtime getting a 4th. Dark Shrine is on the way for those Dark Templar. As Spirit moves out, Showtime is moving in. Oh, he's threatening to. Yeah, forcing Spirit back into his main base. There's that scan. We do snipe that Observer. Likewise, Showtime slowly being forced back. As Spirit is sneaking out with a drop towards the main. But can we get a medevac? We can. 1 medevac does go down. Spirit not pulling the boys. Looks like he may try to get a third base behind this, but we catch some reinforcements. Big pickups. We get 1, we get 2 Marauders. And we go straight for the natural base as well. Boys are being pulled defensively here to try to hold on. Good target firing on those Marauders. At the same time, the drop gets into the main base. And do we have much to defend? We have a couple of Stalkers in position. At the same time, the main army pushing towards the third. And Showtime forced into a bit of a base trade even. Yeah, the third base is going to be going down. The drop in the main is forced back, but we do keep the drop alive. Showtime tries to force his way in. Oh, takes a mine to the face. Spirit, he's defending back at home, and he is not slowing down, but do we have scans? Uh-oh. There we go. First scan is going to be used. Remember, Spirit, he only has 2 orbitals to work with, only 2 bases worth of scans. Showtime has to take this slow. Drop into the main base. Spirit is snowballing out of control. He is heavily up in army supply. There we go. Reinforcements are on the way. At this point, it's just a numbers game. Showtime was just a little bit too greedy investing into that 4th. Instead of taking up into any kind of splash damage. Once again, Showtime, he picks off a couple of reinforcements. Gets a Marauder. Forces out a Stim. And we dive on the army. No shield battery. Uh-oh. No shield battery. No overcharge. The Robo is exposed, and it looks like Spirit should just have too much DTs. They come in from behind, but they don't take down the tank. But it should fall here to the surround. Meanwhile, who is it? No. As it looks like we will be losing one of our casters here. in game number 2. But for the most part, Spirit is in control. I mean, he's got almost double the army supply. He's already broken the 30. He's breaking the natural. And there just isn't really much to threaten him. He may have just lost the base, but again, Spirit is looking to force that ace match. Looking to get into game number 3. Well, do we have any other updates? Looks like we don't quite have any other updates yet. Just waiting for this timeout to occur as well. Again, it is a bit of a shame, but we have had quite a lot of connection issues here from some of our casters, especially because
Game paused.
yeah, we are covering an event in Europe. You know, sometimes the routing can be a little bit messed up. Can be less than ideal.
Game resumed.
There we go. We do go for the countdown. Natural Waste is going to be going down alongside every single probe as well. Showtime does have an economy, but doesn't have an army. Going for more Dark Temple. Do we have a skin? We do. We do have a skin. GG gets called. There's just far too much in the main base, and Spirit will be taking game number 2, forcing that ace match. GG. We are going the distance. We're going all the way to game number 3. Meanwhile, oh god, that is unfortunate. Raynor is still not here. Thankfully for Raynor, we do have an ace match, so Raynor has a little bit more time. Like, we can be lenient and, you know, just wait for this series to finish up and give Raynor as much time as he needs. But he is still trying to get his internet back up and running. As we're getting into game number 3 between Showtime and Spirit, and again, this also could go either way. Could go in either direction. Here we go. As game 3 is going to be taking place on Hecate. 70 casters and players having internet trouble today, while the Aussie internet seems flawless today. So that's because I wasn't able to. I don't think I was mentioning this yesterday. Fun fact: yesterday my electricity went out. There's been a lot of storms going on recently. It is summer, so it is the stormy season of Australia. There have been a lot of storms, and there was a thunderstorm yesterday. And lightning struck near the area, and yeah, no electricity for a solid, I want to say like 4 to 5 hours here, which was lovely. I think I just went to bed. Thankfully, the electricity came back just in time for the cast, but that did happen yesterday. Aye. Not like this. But at least everything's okay for now. You know, really, it's because we're now powered by that lightning. Let's go. As we're getting into the ace match and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have the German Protoss player representing Berlin International Gaming. Team Big. It is showtime. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Red Terran player from the land of Poland representing Team Na'Vi, forcing the ace match. It is Spirit. I had the South African experience. Oh. Does that happen often to you, Terran Lord? Fun fact. Over the past month, we've had 2 big thunderstorms here in my area, and both times the electricity went out. Both times. It's great. Like here, it's not just the internet, it's just everything goes down. Oh my god. The last time it happened, I believe it was during a cast, though. The first time. Which was less than ideal. I say during a cast. Sorry, it was during a stream. I think I was laddering. I was laddering in the middle of the day. And then bam, it's gone. But for now, we're getting into this. We do see Showtime going for a Gate Cyber Expand here. Standard opener out of Showtime. Likewise, we have an economic opener out of Spirit. 2 games in a row is a Rax Expand with a delayed second gas geyser. So yeah, we're just easing into our openers here. Oh, actually, my apologies. It was a single gas opener, but it looks like it was a faster factory out of Spirit, so we should be seeing an add-on swap. This could be a Cyclone-based opener. There we go, there's that add-on swap, and do we go for the Hellions or do we go for the Cyclones? As Spirit is going for a proxy starport. Okay, we are setting up for a Hellion drop. I'm here for it. With this proxy starport, we're going to be able to get into those medevacs, of course. Adept is moving out and should be getting eyes on the Hellions, ideally. We'll be getting a piece of the puzzle. As we shade in, we do get eyes, indeed, on those Hellions. Showtime is aware. There we go, we have a shield battery on the way. This time it's going to be a Stargate, not a Twilight Council opener from Showtime. It's going to be getting into those Phoenixes. And we'll see if Spirit can get into the main base. That's the thing, Showtime is aware of the Hellion, so he is getting ready here at his natural. Little does he know that he has to prepare in the main as well. No shield battery, but there are Phoenixes on the hunt, and we do come across the proxy. Big scat from Spirit. Sorry, big scat from Showtime of Spirit. Drop is coming in, but Showtime is in position. Better by taking a lot of hits. Yeah, first Hellion gets lifted, the other 3 get in though. 3 shots do one-shot a probe, and we get a handful of them. But only 3 probes. 3 probes for 4 Hellions. And a medevac, not worth it here for Spirit. He is floating back home as we speak, getting into Cyclone production, the rest of his Raxes. But Showtime now has map control, and this time, the early game has been in favor of Showtime. Remember, last game he lost, what, 10 plus probes to the mine drop? 12 workers even. This time, Showtime is looking a little more comfortable. Smurge, Terran Lord Smurge. Take care, Bobby, take care. Not like this. As we just get into the main base, Cyclone's getting it picked up. We get the mass repair. Oh, can we keep it alive? A little bit more. We barely can. Cyclone will survive. The repairs are just too good. At the same time, Adept's going to be threatening that mineral line. Picking up a couple of Marines. But for the most part, Spirit is holding. This could have been so much worse. But a clutch repair on that Cyclone maintains control of his bases. And behind this, Showtime is expanding. He's backing up. Maybe taking a third. We have Charge on the way. Templar Archives looks like Charge Archon is going to be the composition of choice here for Showtime, which makes plenty of sense. I mean, I say that. This is one of the 2 options that are typical of a Stargate opener. Either going into Charge Archon or going into Colossus, and we've kind of chosen our route here. We have chosen how to approach this. As the Phoenixes are going to be just getting eyes on the production. It is a 3-1-1 setup. Pretty normal on 2 bases. Remember, last game, Spirit doubled down. He threw down a 4th and a 5th Rax and went for a 2-base all-in. Essentially a 2-base all-in. We'll see if he does something similar here. Hecate is a bit of a more awkward map to be all-in on. Reason why I say this, unlike Side Delta is very much so wide open in the center of the map. Here on Hecate, there's a lot of choke points. So many choke points, so many points of elevation as well. It'd be quite difficult to be aggressive on this map just because your opponent has so many areas to like have a defender's advantage and to have the terrain work in favor of the defending player. Yeah, and here we go. This time, 3rd CC is on the way. We have the 3rd CC instead of the additional Raxes. Marines are going to be threatening the 3rd base. Storm is done, by the way. Uh-oh. That's a lot of High Templar. That's a lot of Storm. Spirit, he goes for the dive. Tries to snipe those High Templar, doesn't get them. Showtime does pull back in time. First mine shot does go off. Baited out by a single Zealot. Behind this, river production has commenced. We have cannons on the way as well to defend these mineral lines against any kind of drop play. Spirit is taking up into his Ghost Academy. Again, Spirit doesn't have to commit. He doesn't have to push up. Remember, he's expanding. He's just posturing, just hoping to keep Showtime pinned back at home, while Spirit has map control. And the third base is now being taken. Meanwhile, Showtime is looking pretty secure here with Storm, but he's not done with just Storm. We have a second Robo and a Bay on the way for double Colossus production. Showtime is just working on that death bull of an army, and I'm a little bit concerned for Spirit, not gonna lie. I'm a little bit concerned. Do you have the War Prism pushing towards the right hand side or going for a drop? Likewise, Spirit working on his earlier Ghost count as well for those EMPs. The Ghost is going to be so invaluable against a Charger Archon Storm based composition. Like, EMPs are good against everything here. Against Zealots, Archons, and the High Templar. EMPs will be ideal. That's where the Colossi will complicate things. This is where we need to start working towards Vikings, Liberators. A bio army is not good enough on its own. As the Prism does slip into the main base, nice EMP. And the Zealots are going to be forced out. Nice moves out of Spirit. Still just building himself up here on these three bases. 4 CCs on the way. A bit more of a passive mid-game here between our players. I mean, neither one really wants to fight yet. Like, Showtime is still building up his Colossus count, working on a 4th. Meanwhile, Spirit just now getting to his more heavy Ghost counts. Observer does spot the army. And Showtime is getting in position. Remember, he has a lot of Storms available. That's 6 High Templar. Zealot Rabbi pushing towards that third base. Meanwhile, we have Zealots here towards the Natural as well. The Natural and the third. The Storms! Big Storm on the army. But one Storm is not good enough. Meanwhile, Zealots, they do break through those bunkers. Spirit turning back around. Zealot Rabbi isn't really killing too many SCVs, but it is setting up for a potential follow-up push. There we go. Showtime is moving through the center. Widowman's going to be going off. The army, for the most part, has recovered from that storm. We have been able to heal back up. But the flanking Ghost. Oh! Ooh. EMP a little bit too late. The feedback was on point here for Showtime. Once again, a Storm will connect. Another Storm as well. Bit feedbacks on those Ghosts, and it looks like Showtime may have too much. He is running out of Storms, though, forced to warp in those Archons. Archons are on the way instead. Vikings going ham, but the Colossi, they reign supreme here. Yeah, they shut down every single Viking. And the Colossus swipes are insane. We're trying to get on top of them, though. There's only 3, and one of them is so low. We're down to 2. One Colossus gets sniped. No more Storms are available, but they're still doing so much damage to the Bio Army. The Marines are melting. They melt as Spirit tries to break this army. Additional High Templar on the way. Showtime takes a very efficient fight. And he's going to keep on pushing. Now with Disruptors. Showtime is just being very careful about pushing up this ramp. Does get eyes on the army. The mine's going to be going up. Show us that storm. Oh! Clutch EMP! So we're going to be starting back the army. That's a lot of Vikings. We're going straight for the Colossus. We get one. We should be able to get both. And the Disruptor as well. Big pickoffs. Spirit, he may be down in supply, but he's fighting back. Cleans up the Robotech army. Trying to reestablish that third. Getting his fourth up. But the army size here is still heavily in favor of Showtime. Working on a 5th Nexus. Now, he doesn't have any more Colossi to rely upon. It's all about Disruptors and Storm. All about the Spellcasters. Pushing into, what is this? 5, soon to be 6 Disruptors. How do we push in, Bobby? Yeah, Zealot's going to be harassing. Only 2 Zealots and they achieve so much here. Meanwhile, the main armies are going to be clashing as well, forcing Spirit back. Yeah, even without Disruptors, may just be too much. Vikings will be going down. I mean, they were kind of dead supply anyway, but we don't want to throw them away. With all those Vikings going down, we can actually go back into Colossus if we really wanted to. It is a viable option once again. Showtime is going to be pushing on the left-hand side. You have a Planetary at the same time. We could go for a base trade. Army has been spotted. Showtime can always recall. Oh my god! Massive storms! Does soften up the army. The Planetary is going to be going down. We have broken this base, and do we push into the natural or do we recall? What is the option? What do we go for? We have plenty of reinforcements back at home. We have storms, we have disruptors, purification novas. Speaking of, there's massive storms here on the army. GG gets called. Spirit will lose everything. And Showtime will take the series 2-1, advancing on to a qualifying match. GG. GG, well played. Showtime will take the series, will advance on. My condolences to Spirit. He made a series out of it, but here in Game 3, his opener was lackluster. The Hellion drop didn't achieve much of anything. Very early on, Showtime was able to gain control of the map and was able to get away with a better economy and eventually a better army. With that, Showtime makes it to the qualifying match, and we are soon to have an update on what is going to be happening next. I am concerned. I am concerned because we've been waiting for Raynor for an hour. It has been an hour since Raynor did lose his internet, and we've been giving a lot of time, but we are running out of time to give here, and it's such a shame. Like, I still wanted to give Wayne a chance to beat Raynor like straight up in a ZVZ, but it may not happen here. It may not happen. It's going to be on the organizers if they want to give Raynor a little bit more time. If they want to give him a little bit more time to actually show up and to recover his internet, or race to a neighbor and try to go to like another village or another pueblito and find some internet there. We'll see what happens, but yeah, a lot of time has already been given, and it will be a shame. It will be a shame if a walkover is to be had. Raynor is coming into this qualifier as the favored player to qualify for Masters Coliseum. He barely didn't make the cut for the main event as well. Like, it's top 12 get invited, and Raynor was number 13. Raynor, he was number 30. It's such a shame that he just barely wasn't able to make the qualifying spot. or he wasn't able to make an invite. And these qualifiers have been brutal, and I guess only time will tell. Time will tell whether or not we do get Rainer versus Wayne. We're going to be going on a short break. Again, it's going to be on the organizers for how long they want to wait. Otherwise, Showtime versus Wayne will be up next. But yet to be determined. We'll see. So, going to be going on a short break. Enjoy yourselves. Get some snacks. Get some water. Drain your disruptors. Hydrate your hydras. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Hopefully with an update. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We have returned. We have an update, and we have the upper semi-finals. As we dive right back where we left off, in the top left-hand corner, we have Wayne, the Starlight Twinkle. And in the bottom right, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player for Team Blasters. It is Rainer. Now, we did cast Game 1. It's been a bit of a break since we were here in Game 2, but Rainer has arrived. It took him an hour to reconnect his internet, but the cables have been tied together, and he has returned. And he is here to make a run, to try to qualify for Masters Coliseum number 7, the European qualifier, the final qualifier of the event. It all comes down to this. Likewise, Wayne is looking to fight back. He has caused upsets in ZVZ in the past. He just 2-0'd a laser. And can he force an ace match out of Rainer? Personally, I hope so. That is a fast Evo chamber. That is looking like +1 melee. It's looking like a Ling Flood out of Rainer. Very aggressive here from our Blue Zerg. Oh boy. Looking for a fast game here. My apologies. That is going to be +1. Carapace, not melee. Interesting choice. Now, Carapace can actually assist a Roach transition, so he could end up skipping the Bailey Nest and going Ling Roach instead. I'm very curious to see how this plays out. Third base is being taken. Rainer's third is delayed because of the faster Evo chamber. No Ling speed, by the way. Very delayed Ling speed here from Rainer. He could just go straight into Roach production, but yeah, really interesting style here. There we go, Ling speed now on the way. So this should be Ling Roach. Should be. The Evo chamber is being thrown down. We're walling up. We're just playing 2 base here from the Blue Zerg. Wayne is going to have a better economy. Rainer is going to have a very crisp timing. Meanwhile, we can see Wayne skipping the Bailey Nest, going straight for the Roach Warren. This makes plenty of sense. Unfortunately for him, again, we are massing Lings and we are going into Ling speed. So this is going to be a bit of a surprise for Wayne. He's not really expecting a mass Ling flood to come across the map. Meanwhile, still no Roach Warren or Bailey Nest. So it's just pure Ling out of Rainer. And basically, Wayne is going to be in a lot of trouble. The reason why I say this, no Bailings. No Bailings going to be available for Wayne whatsoever. He's skipping them, going into Roaches. And without Bailings, a Ling Flood can be deadly. Now, we spoke about +1 Carapace kind of leading into a Ling Roach composition. And this +1 range is leading towards that. There it is, there's that Roach Warren on the way. Rainer is still amassing a lot of Lings. Likewise, Wayne also building up his own Roach count. There we go, the mass Ling has been revealed! A big scout from Wayne. Does he have enough time to respond? Yeah, he's walling off here at his natural. He is trying to set up, but his third base is very exposed. And can he fight this? It looks like he can! Yeah, he has enough. He has been amassing a large enough army to deal with this. Keep up with Rainer. Ling's going to be getting across the map. Third base soon to be taken. Rainer still just building up his Roach count as well. Oh, actually, we're in a really interesting position. So, Rainer's droning. He's taking his gases. Meanwhile, Wayne has not made a worker in quite some time. Yeah, Wayne, he's not saturating his 30, he's using it just for larva. We spoke about the +1 Carapace timing, that is what Wayne is going for. And he's sending everything across the map. It's all or nothing here for Wayne. Rainer back at home. Can he hold? Can he defend? He gives up on the third. Pulls back to the natural. Wise move here from Rainer. Aware of the army advantage that Wayne has. There we go, now he's slowly stutter stepping forward, getting on top of this army. More Lings are amassing, and Wayne, he may just have too much. The Lings, they get on top of the army as well. Biles, they connect, they force control, they force the splitting here of the army. Boys are being pulled, and it looks like Wayne, does he have too much? He barely does. Yeah, every worker's going out. At the same time, Raynor's trying to go for his own counterattack as well. But Raynor, he's losing every single drone here at his natural. Miles forcing back the army. The Lings, they're getting damage done across the map, don't get me wrong. But Wayne, he's ignoring it. He's just reinforcing across the map. It's going to be forced back. But here come the reinforcements. Here come the reinforcements of Wayne. Is Raynor holding, though? We have a pretty comparable economy. Uh-oh. We have a comparable economy. Clutch transfused towards the end here, and it looks like Wayne is running out of steam. It's going to be close. Additional Lings, they come in just in time. Yeah, we're slowly cleaning up some of these roaches. We get every single queen as well. You want one more roach? Oof. As Wayne still barely has the economic lead and the army lead. Doesn't want to bleed out too much. As Wayne will back off. And it's going to be Raynor's turn to be the aggressor. I mean, he sustained so much damage earlier, like we have to do some kind of counter damage. He threatens the push and backs off. Raynor's droning. Raynor, he's droning as hard as he can. Wayne amassing Ling Roach Ravager army. Wayne still refusing to make many workers of his own. I like that he has his third saturated, making it look like he's been droning, trying to fake out his opponent. Lings are moving out for a bit of a scout. And here comes the main army. Raynor, he sees it, Raynor sees it coming ahead of time. He gives up on the natural, and this hatchery should go down. And behind this, now we drone. Another Lings! We get into the natural. We get into the natural base. Likewise, Wayne threatening that natural base as well. He's got a couple of Ravagers on the way, so we can try to chip away at the Roach Warren. Yeah, backup Roach Warren on the way. The Miles! Ooh, big connections. Wayne losing a bit too much. Is going to have to retreat. Raynor going for a Spire in the main. Bold move here out of Raynor. See if he can get away with it. Behind this, Lings of Wayne once again just trying to deny that third. Wayne going to be able to take an economic advantage at this point. Better droning, better saturation. Raynor is at least working on +2. He's got his lair going. The mutas can be a way to come back. Like right now, Wayne is ahead, 100%. But with the faster lair, the faster tech, Raynor can come back. Can bounce back in this game. Now, we aren't going to be overcommitting into mutas. We are still investing into range upgrades and roach speed, which means we only have enough mutas for map control. 5 to 6 mutas, I mean, that's enough to one-shot drones. That's enough to shut down overlords. Wayne not able to scout, but he is pulling back at least a little bit. And he's aware of the advantages of his opponent. We do have the Hydra Den on the way. Oh my god. Wayne getting ready for the potential mutas. As they threaten the third. Don't get much done. Overshoot's coming in. Mutas have been revealed, of course. Spores are now on the way. As I mentioned before, these mutas are only designed to really gain control of the map. Shouldn't be achieving much else other than that. Gonna be just keeping Wayne pinned back at home. Now, Wayne has to be very careful to overmake Hydras. Hydras, they're okay here against these Mutas to just keep up and maintain control of the bases, but if we overmake Hydras, then Rainer's Roach Ravager army will overwhelm Wayne. So Wayne does have to be very careful. Third base now getting up and running for Rainer. Wayne's still ahead in the economy, even after losing these drones. Barely does escape. Meanwhile, Wayne just pushing right through the center here with his own army. Does run into the Roach Ravager. And likewise, good target firing out of Wayne. Picking up as many of those mutas as he can get. Are we going to be able to force that ace match? Are we going to be able to here? Biles up, going to be grazing the army. Yeah, Wayne, he's going for the dive, going for the push, down in upgrades. But he has numbers on his side. So be careful to overextend. Oh. It's going to be forcing him back, and no, he's just going for it. Biles will be connected, but Lings, they come in from behind. We get a surround on the Ravagers, and it looks like Wayne has done it. Earlier, he was able to break the natural, and this time he breaks the actual army. GG gets called, and we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. We are going the distance to game number 3. And this time, Rainer, I mean, thankfully wasn't lagging out or anything like that. He was able to have a more stable game. Rainer was the one trying to be a little bit cheeky, going for that faster Eva chamber into +1 carapace. Didn't really come to fruition. Wasn't able to do much with that early upgrade timing. Instead, Wayne was the one that was able to hit with +1 carapace and snowball out of control, break the natural, and catch Rainer being a little bit too greedy. And with that, game 3. With that, we're going all the way to game number 3. It looks like our players are just trying to figure out what the vetoes were, because it's been a while. Quite some time. Here we go. It looks like game 3 is going to be on Hecate. It all ends here. As a reminder, Showtime is waiting for the winner of this series in the next round. It is going to be a ZVP qualifying match. And which way will this go? I mentioned before that if anyone were to upset Rainer, it would be Wayne. When it comes to the ZVZ matchup, the pressure is on. For both players. Pressure is on, and we are just loading into the final game of this series, the ace match. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate, we have our red Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne. Spawning in the top right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player representing Basilisk. It is Rainer. And I'm a little bit surprised that we are only for the first time getting a 15-15. It's a very common opener from Wayne. Wayne is very fond of it. Going for a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. It's just a way to cut corners early on. It's a way to have delayed gas mining as well, as there's that that extractor trick into the faster spawning pool. So a relatively safe and almost greedy way to open as well. I say greedy just because you ideally cut corners, you can skip your lanes, defend with only queens, and delay your gas income. So yeah, it's a variation that has been rising in popularity, at least when it comes to certain players like Wayne. Shin as well is very fond of the 15-15. Very fond of it. As because it's a pool, because it's a hatch pool variation as well, it does grant you access to faster queens than normal. Can help you defend. Can help you survive. Against early game aggression. Till then, though, I would have Raynor just going for a standard opener, hatch gas pool, everything by the book from our blue Zerg. We are going to be settling into this. As I mentioned before, zero lings. Zero lings here from Wayne. He's just droning up as hard as he can. Again, his goal initially is to defend with purely queens. This also means that his ling scout is going to be delayed. I'm curious how delayed it's going to be. So if Raynor wanted to do something crazy again, like rush into a fast evo chamber, he could get away with it. So we go, third base is on the way. Interesting. So Raynor, he saw the timing of the hatchery with his overlord. He opted not to make any lings himself. He himself has also been very greedy and joining up heavily. With a hatch gas pool opener, Raynor's all over this. And I love this as well. He is not investing into ling speed. The reason for this is because it looks like Wayne is going 2-base. If Wayne is going 2-base, ideally we want to skip ling speed, go straight into roaches, and there it is. The wall is upon us. Raynor responding quite well here, being as efficient as possible. Ooh, but Wayne is sneaking into ling speed. Okay, a delayed ling speed here. This looks like it should be a ling flood from Wayne. Queen's going to be zoning away those overlords. So the goal here... Oh, never mind. That's a lair. I was going to say that the goal here is for Wayne to just amass lings, go for a big flood, and to catch Raynor off guard. But that's not what's happening here. We're investing into ling speed, yes, but we're going straight into a fast lair. Roach Horn's on the way to wall off. This could just be a commitment to roaches, and there it is. Oh, +1 melee. Okay. Meters. There we go. There's the cancel on the Roach Horn. It looks like we want to go into meters. Fair enough. Third base is being taken, and it should be Ling Muta out of Wayne. Meanwhile, Raynor is unaware. He's still in the dark, doesn't really know what's going on. He saw the 2-base opener, so he was being very defensive. Now third base is on the way, and it looks like we do have eyes on... actually, not quite. Don't have eyes on the third yet. There it is. There's that Spire in production. Ling speed kicks in. Lings are just flooding across the map. Overlord is going to barely see them as well. Yeah, roaches are in production for Raynor. But can he actually hold on to his third? Yeah, roaches are amassing in the natural. We go for the surround here on the third base hatchery, and it looks like we should get a kill. We have maybe a couple of transfuse, but that's going to be a kill on the base. It does go down, and Wayne gets the hell out of there. Behind this, we have a wall of spine crawlers. We have the Spire still halfway done. But Raynor is not going for a counterattack. Not yet. Oh, it looks like Raynor, he may wait for roach speed. And if that's true, if he waits for roach speed, then Wayne is getting away with this. He's forcing another cancel. Oh my god. Like, Wayne is so vulnerable here and now, but Raynor doesn't know that. Doesn't know how vulnerable his opponent is, so he's just chilling back at home. Does see the lack of saturation at the third, which I'm sure does give him a little bit peace of mind, but what about the Mutas? As Lings are split up between the bases, some of them get into the main, others into the natural. The main army races back home, and we are getting ready for those mutas. It's going to be 6 worker kills. 6 drones go down. We have +1 air attack, so it looks like Wayne wants to double down and commit to mass muta. Meanwhile, Raynor is working towards that infestation pit for eventually hive tech, which will help. Whether it's infestors or vipers, they can both do very well. mutas have been revealed. Here we go, the Lings coming in for a bit of a counterattack. They get us around the Queens. The Queens are distracted, which means the mutas can reign free. The Queens, they will transfuse each other. And while the mutas are distracted, here comes the Roach counterattack. Uh-oh. Wayne is not in position. Does now see the Roach army. The mutas are racing back home. But it may just be too little too late as the Roaches do arrive and we are going straight for the mineral line. We're going straight for the drones. We're a little bit spoiled for choice. No, but as these Roaches are going to be cleaned up, as they kill some workers, we have Lings in the mineral line as well. 5 drones go down and we go straight for the main. The Infestors, no shot. Up. A clutch bungle, clutch transfuses while we keep the Infestors alive. Just barely. But that was a big scat for Wayne. And now he's aware to look out for that. I believe there are 2 fungal growths left. Oh. You have to respect them. Respect the Infestor. 3 more Infestors in production as well. Oh, oh my god. That's a little bit too close for comfort. Wayne, he gets into the main base. He was almost able to catch an Infestor earlier. Bungles are on the way behind this. Meanwhile, Wayne, he still has the better economy, and he's actually transitioning into Roaches, which I do appreciate. I'm not too fond of sticking with Ling Hydra for too long. I do like the Roach Warren transition a lot better here for Wayne. Into range upgrades. Now, the downside here is that I would like range upgrades into Hydra Lurker play. Because it's Roaches, Raynor is getting the better army. Hydra Den in production for Raynor. Infestation Bit is done as well. We already have, or we're soon to have the Hive. So even though Wayne has the better economy, even though Wayne has a 4th, Raynor has a higher quality army. That's what I'm concerned about. The fact that Wayne is opting not to go into Lurkers, whereas Raynor is. Raynor, he's already embracing the Lurker. That's a little bit concerning here for Wayne. Hydrogen has been spotted. Big scouts. Yo, can we get a snipe on it? Oh my god. The Fungals! They barely do graze the army. Chain Fungals not as powerful as they once were. Yeah, I think this was a bit of a waste actually, but we have plenty of energy. Plenty of energy available. As Wayne is getting in position, we have the token Swarm Host on the way. Let's go. Wouldn't be a ZVZ without it. Okay, Muta's threatening another dive. Infestor's not too far away. Raynor is being distracted. Wayne is about to max out, and here we go. We have a massive Roach Ravager army on the right-hand side. Lurkers, they do arrive just in time. Do we have detection? We do not. Not with the main army yet, but it should be making its way out. Lurkers have been revealed, and as I mentioned before, Raynor straight up has the better army. He has the higher quality army, and despite the big advantages, like again, Wayne, he's maxed out. He wants a fight, but can't push into Lurkers, not like this. Meanwhile, the Mutas, they dive into the main base. It's going to be a cancel on the 5th. Sorry, on the 4th. The Roaches are pushing them forward. It looks like we can maybe pick off one of those Lurkers. We get one, we get 2 Lurkers. Good pickoffs. Very nice pickoffs here from Wayne. He's going to be losing some of his detection. Meanwhile, the Mutas, they are wreaking havoc in the main base, but the Chain Fungal! Uh-oh. That's There's a lot of fungals available, and Wayne was not paying attention. Yeah, we have enough energy here to just keep the fungals going, and we catch every single Muta. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, with that, Wayne is being forced back, and Raynor gains momentum. Wayne, he had such an advantage in this game, but he loses every single Muta in the main base. And this transition to Hydro Lurker Viper from Wayne is delayed. It is a late transition. We'll see if he can pull it off there. It's not a game yet. As at least we are going to be transitioning into something that's a little bit more sustainable as the game goes on. And Wayne is just going to be turtling on up. At least he has a 4th base, soon to be a 5th base as well. And we're going to be slowing the game down, essentially. We're going to be getting into Viper versus Viper and Lurker versus Lurker. It's going to be beautiful. Let's go. The best part of ZVZ. So essentially, both players want to back off until they're maxed, and once they max out, we also are looking for better upgrades, 3-3, the lurker-based upgrades as well, which I believe we have Bruce Spines. Both players have range, both players are working on the Death of Talons. Wayne threatening a push in the center. It's going to be rotating on over. We have a wall of Spore Crawlers. Fungal's going to be slowing down some of these Lunkers. Big Fungal here on the Vipers as well. Shows the Power Bombs. Oh, we get the yoink! Viper's going to be yoinking each other, but Wayne, he comes out on top on that trade. He does lose one of his Vipers, but he kills 2 of Wayne's. So a 2-for-1 trade. Looking solid for Raynor. More Spore Crawlers are on the way. Yeah, it is just going to be a battle of the late game at this point. It's essentially going to come down to Viper control. Abductions, parasitic bombs, lightning clouds, when and where you use them is going to be big here. Center hatchery is soon to be taken. Likewise, looks like Raynor, he wants to get rid of his roaches. Running into a wall of Lunkers there. Not quite finding too much success. Still on the way. How many Vipers do we have? It's really going to come down to the spellcast. We have 5 Vipers for Raynor. We have 6 for Wayne. The Vipers are meeting up with the main army. With the Blinding Cloud, Wayne, he's gaining some ground here. Raynor responding with his own Vipers though. So Wayne is going to back off, pivot away. I would say that this position is looking to be the weakest position here of Raynor. We have all the lurkers towards the left-hand side. But we're going for those abductions. Oh, we get one. One abduct for the time being, but we're going to be looking for more. And there they are. 1, 2, 3, 4 lurkers. 4 lurkers get abducted. Looks like we get 3. 3 of them do go down. Be able to hold on. Forced to cancel his hatchery. Same time, Wayne gonna have to try to defend here towards the south. Runs into one lurker. Decent yoinks. We get 3 more lurkers. And it's a denial in this hatchery. Again, Wayne has better mining. Ah, the overseers went down. Wayne getting supply block. So this is going to be a big moment for Raynor. If he can establish another hatchery, then that gas bank is going to be able to build up over time. Like it has for Wayne. Vipers. Still up 8 Vipers to the 5 of Wayne. So Raynor, he has the Viper advantage. That's always the most important part about ZVZ, or late game ZVZ. It's all about the Vipers. But yeah, just so much utility here for both armies. We have to be careful to kill our own buildings. Be very careful. At the same time, once again, Raynor tries to push through the bottom side. Now, Wayne could always rotate over, but the side defense here, it's looking quite powerful. No lurkers at the 3rd, though. Could try to take advantage of that. Likewise, only, I believe, 1 lurker on the right-hand side. So pushing into these bases is going to be a little bit easier here for Wayne. Only 3 lurkers, though. So far, decent blinding clouds. We got some yoinks in. We are going to back up. And it's going to be a battle of attrition. Now, the scary thing is that Wayne, his goal was to contain Raynor, and he was unsuccessful. Raynor has been expanding. He has continued mining production here towards the north. So Raynor, Wayne, he's not in the best position at the moment. Still ahead, but not amazing. Lurker plays on the way. Lurker? Nidus plays on the way. Wayne's still looking for a way in. Meanwhile, Raynor pushes. Oh! Files are avoided. Raynor not able to gain too much ground, as Wayne is taking another hatchery. Yeah, you can see the spores do just throwing away those Vipers. Rotate towards the south, trying to get another base up and running. Nidus into the main. What does Raynor notice? Does he care? Will be pushing. We'll be losing a couple of those lurkers. Nice pickups here from Wayne. Nidus is going to finish. Raynor doesn't see. Doesn't see the Nidus, but there's not actually anything inside it. As he pushed right through the right-hand side. Take some of those lunkers. Viper's coming, going for the counter. Yoinks! Viper's going to be going down. Again, only a handful of lurkers is all we need. Make use of the Nidus, Papi. Raynor is going to be pushing. Has to be careful. He's pushing without any lurkers. There we go. It's a little bit too little too late. We make use of the Nidus, but this time we have an army in position. We shut it down without too much issue. Where the lunkers? Yeah. Where the lunkers at? And you can see Raynor catching up when it comes to the banks, taking his gases. Raynor's very much so in this. Earlier, Wayne had a big advantage. Now, not anymore. Yeah, we can see Wayne just completely out of position. Turning back around. At the same time, we do have Raynor threatening the right-hand side, and Wayne's being pulled apart, by the way. His army is so immobile, and he's just being stuck between both bases, between both armies. Nice blinding clouds, and can we make this worth our while? Can Wayne catch all these units? Looks like he can, but the lurkers, the lurkers, get a lot of damage done. The Vipers, we have to get the hell out of here. We lose one. Viper goes down. At the same time, we have lurkers laying siege from the high ground as well, and it looks like Wayne, he just can't keep up. Not anymore. He was doing so well for himself this game. He had such a massive lead. But again, we did see and we did take note that Wayne, it was taking him too long to transition into Hydra Lurker Viper. He was stuck on a Roach Ravager a little bit too long. See Wayne trying to push through on the right hand side. Losing some of his own lurkers as well. Here we go, Wayne. Getting ready for his own push here. The site defense has been slowly looking forward as well. Big yoinks. Oh, we got two. The counter yoinks out. The abduct on abduct action, and it looks like we get knocked down to 4 Vipers for Wayne. Raynor keeping most of his Vipers alive. That's what it's all about. It's all about the Vipers. One more abduction. And yeah, just in this war of attrition, in this kind of late game, it does feel like Raynor has just been trading better. It's something that Wayne, he had the advantage in the mid game, in the mid to late game as well. But it feels like it has kind of slipped away from him a little bit. Wayne still has better mining and he has a larger bank, true, but the trades just have not been in his favor. Hatchery going to be going down. We're down to 4 Vipers. Now, we could still take a big fight. There's still a world where if Raynor sits in Blinding Clouds, for example, or if he loses every single one of these Vipers, then we could pull something off. Oh, the yoinks! We get 1. We get 2, we get 3, we get 4. Oh my god. It's looking so close here. The counter yoinks. Ay, ay, ay. Raynor lost 3 Vipers and he killed every Viper of Wayne. Brutal loss there for the Red Zerg. He's going to try and rotate around. I believe we have no lurkers. No, we have a handful. They're defensive lurkers, though. They're not with the main army. Speaking of, lurkers going to be harassing towards the north. We're going to try and respond at the same time. Raynor, he finds an opening. Wayne out of position. Yeah, was not expecting a move out. We need those Vipers. Vipers just now going to be coming in. But there's just so much to abduct. We go for the Blinding Clouds. I think that's the wiser choice here. Massive blinding clouds from both players. Everything is green. And you can see Wayne plummet in army supply. He's trying to get on top of some of those Vipers. Loses even more lurkers. And Raynor's just been picking him apart here. that bank no longer there for Wayne. Raynor, he's got almost 9k minerals in the bank. Wayne barely has 900 minerals. Yeah, Raynor's just been out trading here. Still just remaxing on Hydras, doing what he can. Infestation's coming into the mix. We haven't seen really much use of them, but we can maybe get a couple of fungals. It helps a little bit. As Wayne is going to be able to get a better concave here as well. He's breaking on through again without any Vipers. Wayne, he can take a fight, and he will. He will force this back. Meanwhile, Raynor is remaxing. Wayne, not so much. Wayne is out of the bank. Did Raynor kill his own base by sucking on it? I think he did. He killed his own hatchery, which doesn't help. But Wayne just doesn't have the bank anymore to rebuild. He can't remax. Not anymore. His drone count not good enough. He has top left, but he wasn't mining from this hatchery either. I mean, he wasn't rebuilding, his drones, he was losing, I should say. Viper's coming in once again, looking for those yoinks. Up. We got 2 Vipers in the end. And it's just been a slow death here for Wayne these past 15 minutes, it feels. Getting a couple of small wins here and there. Catches some roaches. At the same time is using the natural. Maybe losing his main. Big abductions here. And how many... we've lost every single Viper once again. Wayne, he has to retreat. He has to back off. He's giving up on these bases and they're just being knocked out one after the other. Raynor still looking very comfortable back at home. This hatchery is going to be going down. Like, we're going to try to engage into all these Vipers. Like, what can we do? We're just going to blind and cloud. We're going to abduct. Speaking of, we abduct and blind and cloud the army as well. There's no way for Wayne to support himself. GG gets called, and Raynor will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the qualifying match. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Congratulations to Raynor. It was a close one, went all the way to the ace match and even on Hecate. And I'm sure Wayne is feeling a little bit frustrated. He had his own advantages. He had his own leads as well, where he was ahead in upgrades, ahead in economy, ahead in army. Wayne had some big moments here, but alas, did go the way of Raynor in the end. Congratulations. Did have the superior Hydra Lurker Viper control. Also was able to tech into that army composition a lot faster as well. Was able to make full use of it. Congratulations. And with that, we have one series left here in the qualifier. Una más, papi, una más. It's going to come down to Raynor versus Showtime in a best of 3 ZVP. And if Showtime's getting involved, oh, you know what that means. That means we need to stretch. We need to stretch here. As we are going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break. Ooh, when we return, Raynor versus Showtime is going to be live right before your eyes in a ZVP. Best of 3. Winner advances on to Masters Coliseum 7. The loser is eliminated and will not be a part of this premier event. We'll see you soon. Take this moment to hydrate Hydras, stretch roaches. I'm gonna try and wake myself up, splash some water on my face, and I'll see you in a couple of minutes. See you then. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Whew, hope you enjoyed that break. Hope you were able to take a moment to settle yourselves as we get ready for the final best of 3 here of the qualifier. It all ends here. It all ends in this final series, in this ZVP between these two amazing players, some of the best that Europe has to offer. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the German Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Berlin International Gaming. It is showtime. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have a spawner. We have, going for a 15-15. We have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg, representing Team Basilisk. It is Rainer. Here we go. And you know what? We have been lacking. We've had a bit of a shaky qualifier, you know, with like some disconnects and some disjointed series here and there. So it's been a little bit messy. But now that we have one series left, predictions. Yeah, predictions will be open in the chat for our final series, where it all does end. So if we're in the chat, predictions are open. Best of luck. Good luck, everyone. Place your bets on who you think is going to be able to take it and who makes it all the way to the main event. Up to you. Up to you to decide. Been a bit of a longer broadcast here today. We've reached the 4-hour mark and we've got potentially another hour ahead of us. Potentially. Let's go. Oh my god. Like, usually I'm full of energy, but yeah, these past couple of days I just haven't been sleeping well. Haven't been sleeping much. That's what I should say. It's like I've been sleeping like 4 or 5 hours max, and it's hitting me now that we're reaching the late hours here of Australia. It's not good, not good. But regardless, we're getting into this so far. Gonna be a 15-15 out of Rainer, getting his natural base where he wanted it to be, getting into his gases soon thereafter, getting into his opener of choice. Likewise, Showtime going for a gate expand as well. Nothing too wild, nothing too crazy. Again, kind of the biggest things that have happened so far is the fact that Rainer was able to expand at his natural base. Otherwise, he would have been forced to expand elsewhere, and it would have made things a little bit more awkward, especially against a Twilight Council-based opener. But it's Showtime, so he's going for a Stargate, as to be expected. And I'm looking forward to this quote-unquote Showtime style. Now, what Showtime does typically do in this matchup, not every game, but usually, is to go into a triple, sometimes even quadruple Oracle opener into a third base, into a delayed Twilight Council, where you go for a faster Forge and Robo to get into +1 and Immortal production really early on, and then into a delayed Twilight Council into eventually our gateway-based upgrades. The reason why we will do this is because Showtime does play a very tech-heavy and defensive style, where he doesn't need charge, doesn't need blink, because he's not going to use it, because it's going to stay at home. So that's usually how he approaches this. Not every game, but I expect that to occur at some point in this series. Whether it's Game 1, Game 2, or Game 3, I expect it at some point. But we'll see how we start. For now, Oracle first. Oracle into a third. Everything is looking normal. Everything is looking as it should. But everything will soon change once we get our tech of choice. Once we get into our follow-up tech buildings. For now, Adept's going to be threading a shade towards a natural. Being quite active here, keeping Rainer on his toes as we have the Oracle on the way. Again, Showtime notoriously has quite solid Oracle control, and we're reaching the later hours of the night though, so hopefully he's still with us. I'm sure. What time is it in Europa? It's like what, like 8 p.m., 7 p.m., something like that. This is fine. It's fine. We're back. Zugo, the first Oracle, does join up with the second. Going to be heading into that natural. No spores, but we have plenty of queens in position, so far Rainer hasn't really lost much of anything. Really good positioning so far from our Zerg player. Likewise, behind this we have our tech of choice, and it is going to be a Forge and a Twilight Council alongside it. We're not going for that kind of delayed Twilight Council style. Again, not yet, not in game one. Something that looks very standard here from Showtime. Ooh, will he go into charge though? I'm curious. I hope he will, because Raynor is going for +1 melee. +1 melee is on the way. You know what I see? I see a lack of Roach Warren. This looks like Ling Hydra. Looks to be Ling Hydra, but we'll see. For now, just staying on a very Ling heavy composition, which is ideal against Blink Stalkers, less so against Charge Lots. And there it is. Charge Lot Archon is going to be on the way for Showtime. The Oracles dip in. I think they get 1 drone. No, not even. So far, 0 workers have gone down. We get a surround. The Adepts are being caught out. A nice catch here from Raynor. We'll clean up the Adepts at least. We do have the follow-up. Templar Archives is now on the way. That's for Archon production, of course. And thankfully, Raynor is going for a Roach Warren. It is a delayed Roach Warren, but a Roach Warren nonetheless from Raynor. He was able to scout the unit composition. He was able to, more importantly, see the lack of Stalkers. And should be working on those Roaches momentarily. So good reaction here out of Showtime. Sorry, out of Raynor. Showtime still looking for damage. Still yet to find much. Killed Lings, yes, but hasn't killed any drones, which is pretty surprising. There we go. We go for a dive. Finally, a couple of workers are going to be going down. We do take some hull damage, but that is going to be 2 dead workers, and we come back in. Almost getting a 3rd. You know, Lings go for a run by. The wall is a wall. Charge not quite finishing, but upon seeing all these Zealots, you don't make Zealots unless you intend to invest into charge. We are aware. Ooh, and that's an infestation bit. We have options against Shasha Archon. Are we tempted to... no. Okay, Road Speed is on the way. I was going to say, are we tempted to go Swarm Host? Swarm Host can work quite well against this, but this is also a late infestation bit, so Swarm Host would have already been seen by now. And yeah, we need Roaches more than anything because we are going for a push. Here we go. We have our 2 Archons, we have plenty of Zealots, we have a couple of Sentries of Force Fields. It's a very, very terrifying push here from Showtime. But Raynor, he does see it ahead of time, and he's been amassing Roaches for the past couple of moments here. Queens are repositioning as well. Showtime, he's trying to find some damage here. Doesn't really find much though, but he will be able to get into the mineral line. Stage traps are being thrown down. So far, they get baited. Nice control out of Raynor. Meanwhile, Zealots getting into the mineral line. Drones are going down. And we get another big warping of Zealots. Nice force fields. Where are the Ravagers? No Ravagers, no Biles. And we will get a kill in this space. Big stage trap goes off as well. Showtime taking a great fight here, but now he has to recall the hell out of here. Recall back home. And can we save the Archon? Yeah, we should be able to. So a very nice fight here. Very nice trade for Showtime. He killed the base. He was able to kill how many drones? 12 workers in total. He's forcing a counterattack. A counterattack that he's safe against. Immortals, Archons, Charge Lots, soon to be Storm, soon to be +2. Right now, there's a lot of pressure on Raynor. He does get 1 Oracle. Big overextension from Showtime. But we do have our tech of choice, Spire. Spire is on the way, so a Muta Switch could really catch Showtime off guard. We have Vipers in production. The Hive is already done for Raynor. Here we go, going for a bit of a split push. He's got Lings on the right, he's got Roaches on the left. Showtime is keeping up. We're trying to. Oh. Zealots are caught out. A lot of them getting shaved off. Things pushing towards the left. Basically, the armies of Raynor did kind of rotate between themselves. We able to snipe a shield battery. Spire so far unscouted. Zealots get into the natural, but we have plenty of links to defend. We will clean this up. Meanwhile, the Spire has been spotted, and now we know. Now the question becomes, as the Prism does get sniped, do we go into Mutas or are we just going straight Brutes? Because that is a greater Spire now on the way. Was this scouted? I believe it was. Was scouted by Showtime. Cannons and shield batteries are on the way. It looks like Showtime is getting ready for potentially mutas. Oh no, never mind. He doesn't care. Hopefully he saw the spire. That's what I'm a little bit concerned about. Because the spire was kind of hidden underneath like some of these overlords and the queen. I'm hoping we took notice. Yeah, there we go. Blink is on the way. That will help. We'll give an answer to even if we did go into Broodlords. Not the best answer, but an answer nonetheless. And let's crash into some of those zealots. And they're going to be pulling back. At the same time, on the right hand side, he could try to go straight for the mineral line. There is a storm available. Just be very wary of it. Let's see what's inside Templar. Oh god! Big storm. Showtime does pull back in time. And they crash into those zealots. But Raynor, yeah, stuck with a Roach Ravager army. The Corruptors are now on the way for Broodlord. That's what we've been really waiting for. Showtime does have a Death Bull of an army though, and can he hit before the Broodlords spawn in? There it is. 5 Broodlords are on the way. Raynor, it looks like he's going for a backstab at the same time. A bit of a pseudo-base trade, but Showtime is turning back around. Uh-oh. Will kill a base, and can he protect his own? Looks like he will. And it's also going to be wreaking havoc in between the bases. This Nexus will survive, and Showtime will get a kill on the base of Raynor. Lords have arrived. We have +1 air attack, fleet beacon. The Skytoss transition feels a little bit late. Not gonna lie. If we wanted to work towards Skytoss, then when we saw the Spire earlier would have been the ideal moment for it. Now we are a little bit behind. And pushing on the right hand side where there happens to be an army of Showtime. Have a split force. Storm grazes the army, forcing back Raynor. Once again, base on left hand side is going to be denied. I'm afraid to look. How many broods do we have? We have 8 Broodlords, soon to be 10. Meanwhile, we have a full wall of spine crawlers here protecting the left hand side. Broodlords, they do dive on top of this army as well. Ultra Cavern on the way, second Spire as well. We're diving on top of the Broodlords, but do we have enough anti-air? We get one, we get 2. Oh, we do have enough anti-air. Apparently we do. Just barely. Clutch Transfuse, punishing the dive. At the same time, Yoink's going to be coming in. Expensive losses here for Showtime. Likewise, Broodlords bullying back the army. Getting another Stalker, but here come reinforcements. Raynor has to be careful to overextend. We need to calm down. Kindness plating is on the way for those ultras. +1 air attack, +1 air or flyer carapace on the way as well. Now the question becomes, can Showtime get into those Tempests? We're starting Tempest production, that is true. But can Showtime hit critical mass while keeping Raynor pinned back at home? It's a big window where Showtime doesn't really have much Skytoss to work with, where Raynor straight up has the better army. There we go, Raynor. He's going to be consolidating his entire army on the right-hand side. He's dedicating to this push. He catches the High Templar. Gets one. Storm connects, but looks like there's only one High Templar left in this army. Raynor coming in from the left-hand side. Gets a big surround. And Raynor, he catches Showtime out. At the same time, he does have his own secondary army pushing in. Nice feedbacks. But this next is going to be falling. And Showtime, can he break through? It looks like he should be able to. But this is a costly trade. Big storms here in the mineral line. We're storming as much as we can, but we're going to be losing everything. Knight Templar. 1 escapes. 1 Knight Templar, 1 Immortal, 2 Stalkers, and Raynor, he's in the driver's seat. Yeah, it looks like Showtime, he was able to survive and hold on for quite some time, but this Skytoss transition was too little too late. And more side defenses on the way. 5 Ultras, our Broodlords, of course. Should be getting some Corruptors for some anti-air. So we are down to 2 Tempests. Raynor once again going for a split push. Trying to come across this base. Kind of splitting is done. Oh, gonna have to back up. I just realized we are missing +3. There it is. +3 carapace now on the way. To really round up these upgrades. Now, these Tempests will complicate things. Where are our Corruptors? We don't really have any. So, yeah, these Tempests, they could kind of reign free a little bit here, but we don't really know that we are lacking Corruptors. Meanwhile, Bailings, they roll into the mineral line. They get in. They will crash in. 12 probes go down. Ultras aren't really achieving too much, but they zone back to the ground army. Getting some big swipes here on these Stalkers. 14 of probes will go down. Behind this, Raynor is just reinvesting into more Ultras and some Infestors for fungal growths. Or even Neural? Do we have it? No, no Neural. So that's 8 Infestors on the way. Just double checking. Yeah, we don't have any Neural, unfortunately. If we did have Neural, that could be an answer to these Tempest. It could be. Big revelation going to be going on. I kind of wish the Broodlords were on the right-hand side instead. I guess they have their place. So we lock down the army. Dive in with these broods. And then we do take down one of those bases. Like, bank-wise, Showtime, he's now accumulating one. Now that he's got Tempest out, he hasn't been losing as much. Trading very efficiently, getting another Broodlord, another 2. Now we have Neural on the way. This is where we have to be a little bit critical of Raynor. He's doing well for himself throughout most of this game, which is true. But he has been neglecting his anti-air, and there we go. 6 more Corruptors on the way. Finally, he has an answer to these Tempests. They've just been bullying him for these past couple of minutes. Yeah, soon to have Corruptors there. V3 is on the way. We get a couple of Corruptors. We get a Viper as well. It looks like Rainer's at least going to be able to take control of the right-hand side. Got most of those immortals. Big fungal as well, revealing the army. A good way to make use of that fungal. Meanwhile, it looks like Showtime is gaining ground on the right-hand side. Uh-oh. He can't really contest against this Spine Forest, but he can definitely threaten that hatchery. And Raynor has been trading a little bit worse recently. Like, he's been losing a lot of Brood Lords, rebuilding his Corruptor count, which is quite expensive. And Showtime is very much so in this. Looking at his army composition as well, it's really interesting. He's got 6 Tempests, but outside of that, he hasn't gone into, like, carrier production or Void Rays, which is really interesting to me. I don't see a reason not to, other than, of course, not putting all your eggs in one basket and forcing out, like, Mass Corruptor, but with good enough Archons and Storm to support, like, he should be okay. This game is going to be slowing down. Showtime looking to take one of Raynor's bases. This is wild. Raynor cannot allow this base to get up and running. How many Broodlords are we down to? 8. 8 Broodlords. A lot of Corruptors. 10 of them. Raynor, he has to reinforce. Coming in with those Infestors. Remember, Neural is researched. We can try to Neural the army. Here we go, we're pushing in. Lords on the side defense. Ultra zoning back those High Templar. At the same time, though, Showtime also pushing onto one of the mining bases here. Raynor, the base is going to be going down. A lot of drones are falling. At the same time, another Link counterattack. A bit of chaos going on here on both sides. Meanwhile, the Nexus will fall for Raynor. At the same time, though, Raynor also loses the hatchery as well, alongside 14 probes, 14 drones. Showtime is pushing on right-hand side. Good storms on the Bailings, on the Lings. Yeah, this split pushing here of Showtime has been really successful. Denying base after base, keeping Raynor in check. And Raynor, he's running out of money. Unironically, like, his natural's empty. He's got 1 mineral patch left at his 3rd. His 4th has a handful of patches. His 5th, likewise, is not as fresh as it once was. And Showtime is taking fresh bases for himself. He's chilling. Big chilling time. Raynor needs to get the space up and running. If he doesn't, then he will just starve out. It's going to just be a battle of attrition. We're looking for a neural. Starting whatever of these Broodlords we can. Good. Do you get a fungal? As we try to dive in. Where are the Archons, by the way? We get 1, we get 2, we get 3 of those Tempests. And we're going to keep on pushing. We're going to shut down every single Tempest at the same time. Mass Neural on the right-hand side. Raynor taking a massive fight. Stalkers coming in to reinforce. We get on top of those Infestors. The Neural runs out. Uh-oh. Neural has run out. And even though on the left-hand side we have reset the Tempest count, what about the ground army? That's the real question. What about the Immortals, the Archons, the Stalkers? We got 28 drones. Corrupt is going to be coming in. Not enough money for many of those, or for many Broodlords. Mothership goes down. The You can see Raynor overextending a little bit here. He's going to be losing his Infestors, the Ultras as well, and it looks like Showtime has done it. He's broken through. We have so much supply in these Corruptors, and they're not helping. They're not a part of this fight whatsoever. GG gets called, and Showtime, after 25 minutes, whittles away at Raynor and will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. Oh my god. Things initially were looking in favor of Raynor. Remember, Raynor, he was the one that was able to get into Broodlords first. First went into Broodlords, into Hive Tech. And he was also trading more efficiently for the first half, the first maybe even 3/4. But when we finally got the Tempest out, then we could pick off Broodlord after Broodlord, Vipers as well, trading. So the split pushing from Showtime was achieving so much, and doing so much to Raynor as well. And yeah, it was really well done. Really solid game out of Showtime, able to turn water into wine towards the end there. And Raynor is in quite a bit of trouble. It's a best of 3. One game here, one more loss. It's going to be a win for Showtime. It's going to be a qualifying spot for Showtime. But I don't expect this game to go on for too long. I'll be honest. I don't expect this to go the distance like we saw in game number 1. Game 2 is going to be on hard lead. Very short rush distance by ground. Oh boy. I can already see the queen. I can see the queen walk. I can see it coming, Papi. I can see it coming. Oh god. We'll see. We'll see how aggressive Raynor plans on being here. We'll see how defensive Showtime plans on being as well. It looks like we're going to be getting a small break though. Raynor is asking for a moment, and especially after a really long game like that, especially after late game ZVZ against Wayne, it's understandable. Raynor, he needs a little bit of time to himself, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have game number 2. We'll be back soon. Massage your Marines, papi. Este sabe, John. Ay. We'll see you soon. We are back. Whew. Again, just a short break to recover after a very intense, very late game number 1. And now we're here with game number 2. It all ends, or it could all end, on hard lead. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the German Protoss player representing Berlin International Gaming. It is Showtime. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, going for a 15 hatch once again, 2 games in a row, we have the Italian Zerg player representing Team Basilisk. It is Raynor. Here we go. Probe of Showtime is being sent out to force the unnatural natural. Meanwhile, Raynor going to be able to get his hatchery on location because of that 15 hatchery, because of the extractor trick. That is the purpose of the opener of Raynor, is to be able to expand where he wants it to be. Expand without too much issue. So it should be, again, 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. The same opener that Raynor went for in game number 1. Now, talking a little bit about the map, just because our openers are pretty stock standard. Talking a little bit about the map, Russia's despite ground on hard lead is very short, and it has been very, very common for Zerg players to go for 3 base all-ins, or I say 3 base all-ins, cutting workers early on, like at around 50, maybe at 60, maybe at 66 at most. You cut worker production, you take this triangular third base as well to launch creep across the map, and then you can go for either just a straight up queen walk, you can go for a bit of a German taxi and just load up your queens into overlords and send them out instead, alongside Lings and Roches, of course. And yeah, we have just seen so many all-ins on hard lead. So I'm curious to see if Raynor embraces it. We've seen Raynor do it a lot as well. Raynor, he's very fond of it whenever he can get away with it. But in saying that, he is down in this series, and it is a best of 3, so is Raynor willing to risk it on an aggressive build? Is he willing to put it all on the line on something a little bit cheesier, or, again, just very in the face of the Protoss? We'll see. We'll see if he's willing to embrace that. Meanwhile, I imagine on a map like Hardlead that Showtime would be one to go for something like a delayed Twilight Council. We spoke about it in the last game. We spoke about it at the start of the series about how, like, oh, Showtime, he loves going for like a Forge Robo follow-up after the third, after the Stargate. And this is true. And I feel like this is a good map for it if we were to, you know, head in that direction, just because it does allow you to get into faster Immortal production and into just a faster, just a more secure 3-base setup as well, just because it is so defensive. And we'll see. We'll see what kind of dynamic we have as the first adept gets across the map. Okay, this could still go in either direction. We're getting there. We are getting there. So now Adepts are going to be moving out. We do have our, of course, Oracle opener into a third base as well. Into our third base. As Showtime is moving out with that first Oracle. We saw in game 1 that Showtime actually didn't really kill too many drones. I think he killed 3 with his Oracles, like 3 workers at most. So he wasn't really too successful in the early game. That's why I mentioned before that Raynor did have the stronger early game. Like in the early to mid game, Raynor was the player in control, and that slowly slipped away from him just because of how efficient Showtime was. And again, his ability to eventually get into that Sky Toss was able to snowball out of control from there. As for now, we're going to be threatening Shades. We're not really committing into anything yet. We do have our first 2 Oracles in the field. Third one is on the way. Third base is being taken, and we should soon be seeing our follow-up tech. And that's what I'm really curious about. That is going to be the first big tell for how Showtime wants to approach this. Meanwhile, we're reaching the 5-minute mark, and we still don't see any Roach Warren, so it looks like Raynor is taking a more macro-oriented approach here. He's just droning. And there it is. Forge and Twilight Council is on the way. Oracles dip in. They're going to get a couple of drones here. 3 workers go down. Nice pickoffs from Showtime. Very nice. I mean, when it comes to the Forge Twilight Council, very similar to the last game. +1 and Charge was on the horizon for Showtime in game 1. Here he can go +1 and Charge again, or he can go into Blink. Either or. Either or. There it is. Blink is going to be on the way. A handful of gateways as well. Going to be 4 gate blinks so far for Showtime. Building up on 2 bases. Meanwhile, we do have a Roach Warren on the way for Raynor. This is around a 5-minute 30 Roach Warren. So quite a bit later actually. So not very aggressive at all. We're embracing a later game. Oh, let's go. Meanwhile, my apologies as... Wait, did we scout the Roach Warren? We did. We do have eyes on the Roach Warren. But we cancel Blink and we're going to charge. So Showtime is just going to be shifting gears. Shifting gears entirely. Things are going to be backing up. And just like the previous game, Showtime is going to be able to hit a window. There's going to be a timing where he can come in with his Warp Prism. I'm assuming it's going to be a Warp, like maybe an Observer into Prism or Prism into Observer. From Showtime into 2 Archons and a mass charge that Warp in. To move out across the map. Raynor going into a Fast Infestation Pit. Interesting choice. Going for the pit. There's that gateway explosion. There's our first handful of Archons. 4th base soon to be taken. Ooh, and we are not pushing, by the way. Instead of moving out with our army, instead of hitting a timing with +1, as we do get a couple more drones. But instead of hitting a timing with this upgrade, we set up the follow-up tech. Storm is on the way, and Immortal production has commenced. So Showtime just taking a very defensive position here. Meanwhile, Raynor with that fast infestation bit, fast hive, fast hydrogen, fast lunkers. I like this a lot more out of Raynor. So Raynor, he's kind of cutting corners and he's racing his way into Hydro Lurker Viper. And because of Showtime's defensive position, because of his defensive playstyle this game, Raynor, he's getting away with it. He's getting away with taking up very quickly into Lurkers. Showtime isn't going to touch him anytime soon. There's no way he moves out without Storm. And even with Storm, he may just chill back at home and max out. So, yeah, Raynor doing a really great job at identifying the playstyle of Showtime and taking advantage of it. As a result, Raynor will be able to get into a superior army faster. So now I have to worry a little bit for Showtime. Now, even though Hydro Lurker Viper is like the anti-ground toss composition, you can still make this work. Like Archon Immortal Storm, it can work against a low amount of Lurkers, that is true. But at a certain point you hit critical mass, and not just Lurkers but also Viper production as well, and it is something that is very difficult to surpass. Big contamination on the Forge! Oh my god. But there's the War Prism on the way. This is our sign. Prism is on the way, which means we should soon be pushing. The army has been spotted. The Hydras have been spotted. The time aware of what's been going on. Observer gets picked off. Showtime just chilling, taking a 5th here. And I appreciate this a lot more. +1 air attack. A much faster transition into Sky Toss. Now, before I get ahead of myself, +1 air attack is on the way, which is good for a later game. Before that, 2nd Robo. Double Robo Immortal production. That is a way to deal with some Lurkers. This is on the way. Lurkers are going to be pushing. So Showtime, he's kind of starting the foundation of Sky Toss, but he's not really investing into it yet. Doesn't want to get ahead of himself. As there it is, there's that fleet beacon on the way. Basically, the goal here for Showtime is not to push out, it is to absorb the attacks. It's to like absorb and weather the storm of Raynor. With his own storms, ideally. And be able to just go with the punches, go with the flow until he can get into Sky Toss. Big Scout comes in, gets eyes on The fleet beacon, the stargates. Raynor, he's aware of the sky toss. Going for a Nidus into the natural, has been spotted, I believe. Yeah. Has been spotted as Showtime does threaten to move out. Ooh, the Nidus does finish. Showtime taking this too lightly, not going for a warp in. Big spine shot's going to be going off, and we take down 13 probes in the blink of an eye. Showtime, a little bit lax here in his defense. Did not take it seriously enough. We are going to try to deal with this, though, as the Zelts are going to be diving on in, but they're taking so many spines to the face. Big storm at the same time. Raynor's main army is forced back, and we do clean up every single lurker. That was 11 lurkers going down. 11 lurkers for 15 probes. Suddenly, I'm not loving that trade from Raynor, not gonna lie. Not amazing. Oh, the Over's here. Was an expensive trade. We're rebuilding that lurker army. Nidus into the main base. Showtime does see it. Is warping in this time. And responding with the rest of his army. There it is. 2 immortals at a time, plus 2 air attacks. Still no Skytoss, not yet. But Raynor, upon seeing all those Stargates, we have 2 Spires on the way, so he's going to be working towards those Corruptor upgrades a lot faster as well. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, big revelation, but the Lunkers are looking to zone Showtime away from this base. Raynor has the high ground. Showtime recognizes that, so he just ignores the Lurkers and he's going for a counterattack. He's hoping to trade a base for a base. Big storms on the left-hand side, and Raynor, he has to turn back around. Ooh, and this is brutal. Raynor, he was threatening to kill 1 Nexus, but he's going to be losing 2 hatcheries. Okay, there we go. Showtime, he does back up. Doesn't want to overextend. Speaking of, 1 Immortal gets surrounded. Oof. Brutal loss there for Showtime. He gets 14 worker kills. Kills the hatchery. And he could look to just recall back home, but just hiding his heart out. Other storms. Expensive losses there. High Templar go down. We can see Raynor rotate over. He still wants to kill this base. Did lose 1, but is looking to kill 1 of his own. Could even get the mineral line. Yeah, he's going for the probes. At the same time, Lurker's pushing through the center. And Showtime's being pulled apart. He just cannot keep up, or he's really struggling to. It's going to be a kill, not a cancel. Carriers are coming out. Now, once again, I do think that in a head-to-head fight, Showtime could probably win. If both armies had to clash, but we can see that Raynor, he's just going for these split pushes. Pulling Showtime left and right. Pulling him apart, but... yeah, as we can see, Raynor slowly breaking through here. On the right-hand side is being forced back towards the left. It looks like we will clean up all these lurkers. Good cleanup here from Showtime, but look at the worker count. Down to 52. Lost 24 probes in the process. And Raynor's remaxing, this time with Corruptors. Meanwhile, Showtime is still struggling to max out himself. Again, Showtime has been losing a lot, and usually this would be okay for Showtime if he had a 5th. That's the problem. He needs a 5th base. Needs another Nexus. Once again, as Showtime moves out, the Lings, they move in. They're going for the base. Speaking of needing another Nexus, yeah, this base is going to be going down, and Showtime is completely all in. The Corruptors come in from the right-hand side. They pick off 1 of those carriers. And they're going to get a 2nd carrier as well. Big pickoffs. And Showtime is completely all in. Losing 2 carriers, a rough start. But he cleans up all the lurkers. Oh my, he just mows his way through them. My god. How many lurkers do we have left? 1. We have 5 lurkers morphing in here towards the south. Big abductions here on the carriers. We get one. We get up. One of us. Barely we don't. But the lurkers are finishing. Zealot's going to be going down. The Archon does overextend. And we get another Archon as well. Every unit counts here. Showtime bleeding out a little bit too much, but he does break the natural. Pushing into the main, he can always recall back home. Bear that in mind. 3 base versus the 5 bases here of Raynor, but Raynor doesn't have efficient mining. And we're getting a lot of tech in the main. That's going to be the Hive going down. The Spire, the Lurker Den. Can Showtime pull this off? We're still amassing more Lurkers. Additional Lurkers are on the way. Raynor still has a terrifying army. He's waiting for the army to push down the ramp. The High Templar! No! They lead the charge! No! Oh my god. Brutal connections. How many High Templar was that? 11 High Templar going down already, and these are so softened up. Again, that was what, 2 or 3 High Templar going down without getting a single spell off. We can see Showtime trying to drop, but I feel like a recall is the only way out. Like, we're stuck. And depending on stacking, we may not be able to recall everything. You can see Raynor, he has to rebuild his spawning pool. He has to rebuild a lot of tech. Showtime back at home taking his 3rd. We get 1 recall off, but another half of the army is stuck. Now is the opportunity for Raynor, but he has to be careful because we have a lot of storms. If he tries to push up this ramp, then it's going to be a meat grinder as well. Now the question becomes, where does Showtime go from here? Do we deny some of these fringe bases? Do we push through the center to try to break free this army? Raynor, how many lurkers? 17! 17! That's insane. I kind of like this from Showtime. What's the answer? Just turtle. Just double expand, chill at home. Wait for the Zerg player to come to you. And hopefully get another recall. A 2nd recall here is so necessary to save that army. Do force to cancel. We're still halfway there when it comes to that recall cooldown. And more lurkers in position. We can see Raynor, he's sharking around for us around. Big link counterattack as well. Ooh, Narcosis pylon depowering so much at the natural. Zealot run by is going to threaten the mineral line, but not much else. Still need a little bit more time to save this army. Okay, if Showtime can recall this army back home, he can take a fight. Unironically, we can make something happen here, but looks like Raynor has other things in in store. Oh, we go for the recall. There we go. We do save everything just in time for the fight, for the potential fight. Raynor, he is sharking around. The spine shots. High Templar once again exposed. Ooh, 1 High Templar goes down. Big storms here covering everything though, and it looks like, do we have enough? We do. It looks like Showtime, he takes a fight, cleans up the lurkers. We had 17, we're down to 9. Bearing in mind, that was only half of the lurker count of Raynor. He still has another 9 behind this. Do we have any storms left? We do not. But we will take out top right. Lurkers coming in from behind. Base is going to be going down. The lurkers up. Spine shot's going to be going off. We get 1 immortal. We get 1 more stalker as well. Every unit counts. An Archon going to be falling. Showtime, he's losing too much. A High Templar as well. He's bleeding out far too much at this point, and it looks like Yeah, Raynor, he has done it. He's got better mining. He has been able to rebuild his tech. The Hydra Den, the Lurker Den. It was a good fight out of Showtime, don't get us wrong, but... yeah, the final carrier falls. Lurkers pushing forward, forcing a fight. Where are the storms? Without them, we can't fight this. We have 1, 2 storms zoning back the army. GG gets called, and Raynor will swallow this up. We'll tab the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. All the way. GG. GG, well played. We're going all the way to game number 3 here. It all comes down to the final game, to the ace match here between these two players. As a reminder, it's only a best of 3, not a best of 5. It is that much more brutal. And where do we end up on? What is our final map? It is going to be Site Delta. Let's go. Site Delta is up next. It is where it all ends. And yeah, essentially this game on hard lead, Raynor, as we mentioned at the time, he was able to very quickly and accurately recognize the playstyle of Showtime, was able to recognize how defensive he was going to be as opposed to the previous game, and was able to just rush into Hydra Lurker Viper as quickly as possible. And yeah, with that, he was able to just out-tech his opponent essentially. He was able to stick with it eventually, he teched into Spire tech as well, don't get me wrong, but yeah, for the most part, Raynor was able to get to that stage a lot faster and yeah, trade a lot better against Showtime. Just pull him apart left and right with Nidus Worms. Just run by his counterattacks. And here we go, we're loading in. You could hear those beeps. The final game of the series, the final game of the qualifier. Let's go, it all ends here on Site Delta. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player representing Berlin International Gaming. Ooh, being forced into the ace match, it is Showtime. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Italian Zerg player representing Basilisk. Forcing that ace match, it is Raynor. We have all the way, Papi, all the way. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted. Apparently today is April Fool's Day in Latino America. I didn't know that, but apparently there's some StarCraft news coming out, kind of. But for now, we're settling into this, and it's going to be a hatch gas pool opener out of Raynor. This time, not going for a 15-15. Interesting. So things are going to be looking a little bit more awkward for him. I'm curious if Showtime is willing to take advantage of this and to go for a Twilight Council opener. For now, yet to be determined. Showtime just going for a gate expand into the Cyber Core. Standard stuff from Showtime. Standard opener out of Raynor. Where are you taking us? Where are we headed? Again, we have seen 2 different variations from Showtime so far. Both games he went for triple Oracle into a third into charge. This is true. But if you remember, in game 1, he didn't go for any immortal production, went for a War Prism straight into a +1 timing. In game number 2, instead of going for a +1 timing, +1 came and went, and Showtime just went for charge, double robo immortal production into a 4th base. A much more defensive, passive style on hard lead. Even though the openers were the same, the kind of end goal there was different. The destination was different for Showtime. So we'll see what kind of direction he takes us in this time. Will we see that more aggressive style from game 1, something more defensive from game 2, or something entirely different? As for now, it is going to be that Stargate opener out of Showtime. Adept's going to be threatening a shade, getting eyes on the third base timing, and so with this Adept, our goal here is to keep an eye on gases. Just make sure that there's no fast lair, no fast Evo chamber. Make sure that we're a little bit more aware of what's going on. As we ease into our game. Likewise, we have the Oracle first, as to be expected. Showtime isn't really one to dabble too much into like a Void Ray first opener or a Phoenix first. It's not really his playstyle, not really his MO. Not in current meta, at least. As we should soon be looking to expand and soon be hitting the field with those Oracles. Meanwhile, Rain are going to be a little bit more proactive this time, being... yeah, going to be moving out with those Lings, gets eyes on the would-be third. And is going to be threatening that third base. As he does pull back. But does kind of force Showtime to stay back for a little bit longer. Waiting for that second Oracle before we move out. Now we're going. Send them. Oracles are pushing on the right. Rainer getting fully saturated here on two bases. Working on his third. Queens are on the way. And, oh, we have our follow-up. Before we can get into that, though, we get a couple of drone kills, but, oh, that's a lot of hull damage already to one of those Oracles. You have to be very wary with it, very careful. We got 3 drones so far. Let's get a 4th. And what I was mentioning... oh, no! Oh, as Showtime, a little bit of a misjudgment, a little bit of miscontrol there from Showtime. Does end up losing that Oracle. But our follow-up... we mentioned at the start of the series, and I feel a little bit more vindicated. I was talking about how Showtime's kind of go-to playstyle is a delayed Twilight Council. That's exactly what we have here. A Robo first, into a Forge, into some gateways, into a delayed Twilight Council. This is a very tech-heavy style. It's to get into early Immortal production, early +1. We delay, charge, and blink because we don't need it, because we're not going to be active, because we're going to be defending back at home. So it's, again, a very tech-heavy style. From Showtime, he's very fond of it, and he does usually whip this out at some point in a best of series. And he's doing it here in the Ace match. Again, it's his comfort zone more than anything. Now, the downside, of course, is that it takes a while for you to actually have a presence on the map. That is true. You are heavily reliant on your Oracles to harass and on your Adepts to harass as well. To try to keep your opponent in check. As now we have the Twilight Council on the way. Again, for delayed upgrades, delayed charge, delayed blink, all that stuff. Showtime is just building himself up on 3 bases and soon to be taking a 4th. Meanwhile, Rainer are going to be responding with some tech of his own, going for Spire. I mean, Mutaplay can be quite effective in ZVP. It can be risky just because if it gets scouted, it can be pretty easily shut down with Phoenixes, Static Defense, Blink Stalkers. But so far, is unscouted, so there's potential. There's potential for these mutants. Likewise, we can see Showtime taking his 4th now working towards Charge, Blink, Temple Archives, Archons, Gateway Explosion. I spoke about it before, the main army can't really be active, so that's why we made this War Prison, that's why we're harassing with Adepts. This is like the only way that we really can harass at the moment. And Showtime is understanding as well that it's very important that you're able to keep your Zerg opponent in check and make sure that they aren't able to drone too freely, otherwise things will very quickly escalate out of control in favor of the Zerg. So again, just being as active as possible. His Adepts do one-shot workers, there we go, 1 drone going down, a 2nd drone as well. 3 workers for 2 adepts. Not a bad trade. Not bad. What I'm concerned about, though, is that the Spire still has not been scouted. Yes, Spire has not been seen. These mutants are going to be a bit of a surprise. Now, we are not over-investing into them. We are still getting roach speed and +1 range. So mutants will be more of a harassing unit than a unit that we're going to be massing too much. Yeah, 11 mutants. I mean, to be fair, 11 mutants is pretty threatening, don't get me wrong, but immediately Hive's on the way and a Hydrogen. Clearly, we're working on the next step. Clearly, we're working towards Hydrolurker Viper. It's an interesting way to get there just because mutants are very gas intensive, so this is actually delaying a lot of the tech that Raynor would have otherwise had. Here we go, the mutants, they dance between the bases. So far, we're forcing an investment into these Phoenixes. And we're getting 3 pros, but not much else yet. Meanwhile, Raynor amassing his army right outside the front door of Showtime. The mutants trying their best to distract. There's that Lunker Den on the way that we spoke about. Hive already done. Before that can happen, we're diving on top of the main army! Up! 1 Archon goes down almost instantly. Yeah, the Prism isn't here. The Immortals are doing a lot of damage, but we do get on top of 2 more as well. 2 Immortals go down, and can we break through? It looks like we barely cannot. That's a good trade nonetheless for Raynor. Again, ideally as a Zerg player, you want to get rid of these roaches. And how best to do it than just to trade with Immortals? Looking at the units lost tab here, it was two Immortals and 2 Archons for 11 roaches. Well worth it, especially considering that we're remaxing with Ling Hydra. Roaches, they've served their purpose, and we're diving on top of another Immortal! We get 1 more! Oh my god. And can we get another? I mean, that Immortal looking a little bit vulnerable, but no, we are going to back up. No, no, not again! Another Immortal survives, actually! Doesn't go down. I can't say the same about that Archon, unfortunately. As Raynor's reinforcing with Lings, Hydras, and Roaches. And as we distract the main army, the Lings, they flood in! They get us around, they get on top of another Immortal. Otherwise, we save it! We lift our own Immortal to save it. Let's go. We'll keep it alive. Just barely. Meanwhile, Raynor is just still amassing his army, getting into lurker production. Because the Immortal count is so low, because we've been sniping them over and over and over again, Showtime isn't really ready for lurkers. Immortals can be a pretty decent unit against them, but we don't really have too much to work with. And here we go, Raynor going for potentially the kill move. Looking to take the series, looking to end the game. Lurkers are going to be able to siege up behind this. Additional Lunkers on the way. We are running out of steam. We're running out of Hydras. But the Queens are pushing forward. Clutch Transfuse as well. And Showtime is holding. Doesn't lose much of his economy at all. We're building up 2 Immortals at a time. Raynor has to be careful. Spine Shot's going to be going off. Big revelation here on these lurkers. As Showtime tries to get on top of them, but here come the reinforcements, and it looks like this position will not be broken. And now Raynor, he's looking to snowball out of control. Catches an Immortal. Now there's only 4 left. There's only 5 left. But yeah, it looks like there's just far too much here. Raynor, he's snowballing out of control as he wedges himself in between the bases, and Raynor will barely come through. He takes it in the end after a very, very long series here. Went the distance, went to the ace match, and Raynor will be taking the series 2-1, qualifying for Masters Coliseum. GG. GG, well played. He made it, Poppy, he made it. GG. Congratulations to Rainer here. He almost was disqualified from the qualifier. Like, to wind it back, it took an hour for Rainer to get his internet back up and running. We almost got the walkover over Rainer earlier in the semifinals, but he made it, and it wasn't an easy run from him. It was not easy at all, as we switch our scenes over and have a look at the brackets. Rainer, he went to the ace match against Wayne. Wayne, even in game 3 against Wayne, if you remember, Wayne was ahead. He was ahead, he had a big advantage, and then Rainer forced out a late, like a 25-minute late game ZVZ with like Viper versus Viper, Lurker versus Lurker. And Rainer was able to gain efficiency over time and able to out-trade Wayne. And even here against Showtime, went all the way to the ace match as well. What I will say here is that once again, Rainer did a really great job at identifying how defensive his opponent was being and just taking up so quickly into hive tech, into lurkers. For those that are curious, this is something that usually you can't really do unless your opponent is being defensive and tech heavy, which is exactly what Showtime was doing. So just a really good way to abuse that, really good way to take advantage of that. It can be risky, don't get me wrong, especially if your opponent is being more aggressive and decides to hit a timing before you get into your lurker production, but Rainer, he was able to identify when he could and couldn't get away with it, and GG, well played in the end. Congratulations to Rainer, my condolences to all of our fallen players here. To all of our fallen players, as we very quickly are going to be going over the event itself. Let's go. Let us go. Sorry, I'm just... does that work? Oh wait, I just realized. Not really. There we go, there we go. That's what I was waiting for. Okay, so Rainer is gonna be our final player to qualify for Masters Coliseum. It's been a pretty intense week of StarCraft. Whew. And we have our final players. Let's quickly head on over here to the main event. Scrolling on down, here we go. We have our final list of players that are a part of this tournament of Masters Coliseum number 7. It is going to be Hero, MaxPax, Classic, Firefly, and Trigger representing the Protoss race, alongside Bunny, Bjorn, Clem, Cure, Maru, and Oliveira for Terran, and Dark, Cyril, Shin, Solar, and Rainer for Zerg. Here we go. Okay, quite a stacked bracket here. Unfortunately, we are missing some players when we think of like the best of the best. We mentioned it earlier. I mean, even here, Showtime won't be a part of this. He barely did not make the cut, as we just saw. Showtime won't be a part of this. Players like a Laser, Lambo, like the other top tier Europeans, unfortunately will not be able to take part in this event. But you know, we still got the best of Zergs, Protoss, and Terran of Europe here in Clem, MaxPax, Cyril, and Rainer. So the quality is definitely there, alongside even some NA players. We covered the Americas qualifier yesterday, sorry, 2 days ago. If you weren't there for it, Trigger qualified. Trigger qualified over Australia. It was a PvP qualifying match, went to the ace match as well, and Trigger was able to overcome and overpower the reigning ESL Masters Americas champion. So really cool stuff to see him take down Australia. I mean, it's a PvP, so I mean, it happens. You know, it's back and forth. It's a little bit unpredictable. It makes sense. But Trigger did cause that upset. Likewise, Firefly was the king of Asia, of course. I mean, we saw that coming a mile away. Firefly has been on fire this year. Is going to be repping the Asia regionals. And then we had Classic qualifying for Korea. That's another big one, is that the Korean qualifiers were brutal. Classic made it through, and he made it through over DRG and Gumiho. Gumiho will not be a part of this, as Gumiho failed to qualify through the Korean qualifiers. Creator is the other big one. Creator did not qualify either. So yeah, again, these qualifiers were brutal. One spot for each region, alongside all of the invited players as well. So yeah, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be a lot of fun. For those that are curious, I believe the event is going to be starting January 13th. as we scroll up a little bit here, and yep, January 13th. So 2 weeks away. In 2 weeks, we will commence Masters Coliseum 7. It will be upon us. So yeah, it's going to be a great month full of StarCraft. Masters Coliseum is going to be brutal. It's going to be a brutal event just because it is a round-robin group stage first, and then it's going to be the playoff bracket. And the playoff bracket is double elimination, so a lot of matches, a lot of games are going to be had. Quickly going over it here. You can see here, the group stage, it's one big group. Last season in Masters Coliseum 6, it was 4 groups of players. Here it looks like one big group where 16 players come in and 8 players will make it into the playoff bracket. So that's I believe it's Swiss format. So it's gonna be a lot of games. It's gonna be a very interesting format here for Masters Coliseum. And then that leads into the top 8, which is the double elimination playoff bracket here towards the end. So yeah, and obviously every single match is going to be casted. Every single match will be casted, and we will do our best to cast all these matches as well. I say we'll do our best. January is going to be quite busy for us, so depending on the events, some things will be prioritized, other things won't be. So Masters Coliseum is open to all casters or all community casters, so we're going to be covering this whenever we can. But there might be some days where we have some other commitments to some other events that will take priority. So we'll see what happens once we get the schedule locked in, because it looks like, oh yeah, we do have the dates already set up, at least for the playoff bracket. It looks like the dates have been set. I think the group stage matches, have they been set as well? They have been set as well, so we have dates and times for everything. So yeah, we'll be giving you some updates soon as to what we can and what we won't be covering. A full month of StarCraft, essentially. 13th of January all the way up to like the 28th of January. It's a big month. So a lot of StarCraft, a lot of StarCraft. With that, thank you so much everyone for watching. Thanks so much everyone for the support as well. Hope you all enjoyed yourselves. I apologize for being a little bit low energy, especially towards the end, towards like the semifinals. Yeah, I just didn't get to sleep too much, and I've been struggling as a result. I've been very, very tired, and I was actually, yeah, just, you know, trying to maintain my awakeness. I was trying. So we made it in the end. We made it. I'll try to get my sleep sorted. I'll try and get some rest. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for the support. We'll see you guys tomorrow for our next broadcast. Actually, let me double check. Let me just quickly double check here. We'll see. Technically, we could have tomorrow off. The 29th of January. We don't have anything scheduled yet, but I am supposed to do a replay cast of ESL Open Cup Americas. So I'll check if I have the replays. If so, we're going to have a replay cast. Otherwise, tomorrow may be our day off. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Oh, I should update this. Bam, there we go. Should also get those predictions paid out as well. And with that, we'll see you guys tomorrow with some more StarCraft. Till then, hasta luego. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye. Get some rest. Get some sleep. It's 3 a.m. I was getting tired at midnight. I was getting tired at 12. It's 3 a.m. Oh my god. Buenas noches. Hasta luego.